going to rub it in public.
The two countries' roles were diverging. Britain, with her empire mainly gone, was giving up her overseas responsibilities. The United States, so long cautious about using power beyond her shores, was now striding the world stage with a new confidence.
Join host David Dimbleby for the story of two nations, allies and rivals, close yet an ocean apart.
Monday at 9 p.m. You are watching KLRN-TV Channel 9.
Everybody, I'm Madeleine Cameron, and you see me here poised today to take you to the Deep South. We did already go to the Chesapeake Bay, and we started the South, and today we're going to go way, way down to the country of lady peas, the country of the best biscuits, the country of buster crab, the country of catfish, and the country of crayfish. You can see me here with quite a menagerie all around myself. Here is wonderful raised catfish from the Delta Pride catfish in Indianola, Mississippi. Thank you very much for sending me those wonderful fellows. I was very familiar with these fellows because during the war, we had the great-great-great-great-grandchildren of those that you had sent from the United States around 1871 to try to entice the French to eat catfish, but the French wouldn't. And we were very happy during the war to eat the itty-bitty ones that had devoured all our trouts in our lakes to survive on their protein. Now, what I have here also is the crayfish from the King Crayfish in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Monsieur Howard Saucier. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur, for sending me out of season, if you please, those wonderful fellows that you see here. I keep them under prison, as you can see, because they are lively. Let me explain to you about these fellows. You see, grab them without fear. They are quite inoffensive in spite of their terrible look. These are sweetwater little lobster. They come into different types. These are the bayou ones, obviously, since they come from Louisiana. Some of those exist also in some deltas in California, and they exist also in Sweden and some of the Norway rivers. What we do have in France predominantly are the gray ones that are smaller, almost translucent. Those turn really red. You're going to see them turn red when they cook. The others turn kind of orange-like looking. Now, you can see these poor guys here. These are floating in milk, of all things, and I have my reasons for that. Those of you who have cooked a lot of crawfish know that what happens is that there is quite a vein, and where I sometimes do not bother about the vein in shrimp, you must bother about the vein in this one. This one has lost its clothes, poor fellow. See, let's take this one, just to show you how to handle it if you decide to pull the vein by hand. I will not do it, it's barbaric. You twist it and turn it and pull. So in order not to be too barbaric, this is what I have done. I have put them in milk. The milk gives them literally indigestion, and they absolutely clean themselves inside and out of everything that's in that vein, and that's objectionable. Now, with the catfish, and I'm going to show you a lot more things about the catfish in just a minute. With the catfish, we are going to make a stew and garnish that stew with dumplings of corn and with our crayfish that we see here. I'm going to tell you that I have in that pot that you can see here plenty of onions, plenty of mushrooms, and quite a bit of a carrot. I'm going to add a tablespoon or so of tomato paste and mix it very, very well. This will give it a little color and a little taste. Also, I'm going to add to this a good shot of bourbon. There we go. And make sure that this is nice and hot. I'm going to push the heat real hot there so this boils, because in this I'm going to be cruel enough to add those poor critters and put them to cook on the lid so that they do what we call étouffée, which is the same as your étouffée in Louisiana, and which you will recognize the same color will happen. I do not have a brown roux, the dark roux that you're used to, so it will not be quite the same. To make sure that they don't suffer too much, put them immediately, roll them in that hot liquid, and this takes care of them as fast as you ever want, and cover. You will see them in approximately, take a look in the bottom of my dish, I have all kinds of things, which is what the crayfish rendered when they were in the milk. Now, here's my catfish, and I'm going to show you the beautiful fillets that come. They come with a fatty tissue. Please do not remove it, because that fatty tissue is extremely good for your arteries, contains a lot of the great oil that it should. To prepare your fillet to do the stew, this is the way you cut it, in chunks like this, and put it in a bowl. You'll see me ready, having a bowl ready to use. Now, you saw that catfish had wonderful heads. It also has wonderful bones in the backbone, so I'm going to use the backbone, thinking that the backbone is less obnoxious for you to see than the other head. I personally like the taste of the head a lot better than I like the taste of the bone, but it's less, annoying to look at them. So once my crayfish will be hot, and this is not going to happen, it was not going to happen between now and about 5 minutes. I'm going to do a number of other little things. You can see the crayfish turn red. If you look in my pot, once the crayfish is cooked, you will see me add this. I'll come back to that. Add all the flaps from the front of the fillet and start a wonderful stock. The stock will be done by adding wine and chicken stock. I will do this. You don't have to worry. And this is what it will look like once it is finished. So I'm going to keep this one cooking, and I'm going to reduce it a little bit so it simmers rather than boil like this, and I'm going to thicken it. Not as you would in Louisiana with a very dark roux. If you like your dark roux better than my beurre manier, by all means go ahead and do it with a dark roux. This is how you do a beurre manier. Let me get back here to show it to you so you see it happen very, very well. Here we are. See, this is a tablespoon of flour and a tablespoon of butter, and these are actually little piles that result in the same thing that have been done before. And this is going to be whisked into your simmering sauce, and it will thicken instantly. You're going to see it happen. Now that's boiling a little hard. Here is one. Whisk it in, see, like that. Okay? Since we have over a quart there, I'm probably going to put the whole affair. Grab it with your whisk and whisk it very, very well. There we go. We don't want to do something that's too thick, so I have about a quart there of stew. I'm going to put just about the 3 tablespoons of butter and 3 of flour, and let it go like this. And I'm going to add also a dash of your favorite Tabasco, you dear people, provided I can open it. Yeah, here, I just opened it. There we go. Okay? Good. Now, let me show you what the crayfish look like once they have cooked. Here they are. You can compare the color of those that are still cooking with those that are completely cooked. I cooked some before, so you could know exactly what was happening. There we are. Actually, you could leave them in there to cook too. Here they are. You're going to see me take care of them. Let me show you first what happens and where the beautiful color of that is coming from. It is coming, that pink that you see, from the shell of the crayfish. So I should remove the crayfish, okay? Wait until you remove the crayfish, but I'm not going to do it to gain a little time for you. I'm going to put here all these pieces of bones, all these pieces of bones that you see here, there. Very well, good. I'm going to add a bottle of white wine. Now, if you have a very muddy catfish, the one that really you have fished yourself, the one that doesn't come from the nice people who raise them, and will have a bottom taste, because they do have a bottom taste when they are wild, do add red wine instead of white wine. And you see, this is going to cook until it is reduced, and I obtain what I have here, which I just thicken with my flour. You can see the difference. This is not thickening nicely. So we'll let this to cook, and it's 35 minutes from now on. Do retrieve your little crayfish in just a few minutes after they have turned very, very red. This is how, if you want to shell the crayfish, I'm not going to keep you from doing it for sure. It does, however, take a little time. First, these are delicious. This is for a crayfish mess, you know. This is the garnish. You would take the little tail, you see, you remove the end like this, push with your little finger, okay, and look at it. It's coming out at the other end, and you pull. Come on, sweetheart. I've done thousands of your likes, and I'm not going to be given a grief in public. There we go. Push again. I probably didn't disentangle it enough. It is cooked, I know it. Now, this one is not working. Let's get another one. Don't worry. If they don't work, they will at one point or another. There we go. See, push this one. There. Now, isn't that amazing? Look at this. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, we'll push this to the side. Now, this is being going, and I'm going to show you how to make our dumplings. The dumplings are made here with a cup and a half of flour, 2/3 of a cup of cornmeal, and 2 teaspoons of baking powder, which I have mixed well together. I'm now going to be 3 eggs, okay? And with the 3 eggs mixed with 1/2 a cup of milk that comes here, I'm going to make a dough, very simply a dough, which I'm going to season with a little bit of crab boil. Now put a bit of crab boil, so it tastes a little muscular there, and so you have some kind of a relationship between the dumpling and the fish. In there goes the mixture, see, until you get it as thick as it needs to be. It usually works rather well, and you're going to steam those dumplings, and then you'll see what happens. They roll into great big balls, and they blow up. My friend Ethel made the big ones for me, and they turned humongous. We had to trim them. They were so very, very big. There we are. So this is your good old American fare there. We don't do dumplings in Europe that much anymore. The only person that used to do some was my step-grandmother. She was coming from the Lorraine, and they called them totolo, in case it says something to you people who are from Louisiana and still speak French. Now, we do have here some water that is very lightly boiling, okay, very lightly simmering. And what you do is very simply take your spoons, dip them in light chicken stock or water or what you like, and make them small like this, and let them fall inside until they become huge. They will become as huge as what you see there. These are starting, these are finished. Cover them like this lightly, leave the skew as should be, and just let them go, and you get what you have here. Take a look how humongous this became. This was the size that we used, and this is as big as it became. So, as I told you, we trimmed them. Now, the time has come to cook this stew and to cook the fish for us. So I'm going to proceed as follows. First, I'm going to bring this to a really high boil, okay? A real high boil. Bring it back up to a high boil. Gather all my ingredients, which are right here. And you're going to see me cook this in a matter of minutes. In there, wait till it boils. It's very important. Let's see what the crayfish has done. Check that. This is beautiful. Look at that. Do you see all the color, and the crayfish is under? You now can remove it. Look, see that? Here's a nice crayfish. Don't hesitate to start cooking the fish before the crayfish is finished, okay? There we are. Now, this you destroy as you cook it. You destroy it, you can recognize the same color here as you had there. There we go. So let it go. This will be the staff dinner tonight. Now, this is now to a high boil. I'm going to add my fish to it. There we go, okay? Let it come back to a boil again. And once it's to a boil, I'm going to just turn it off. The fish is done. It takes just a minute, really, to cook that fish. It's such a lovely, lovely, delicate thing that you don't want to do any kind of problem with it. Just let it go like this. Now, we're going to put a nice dish together. Let me show you this. You can reheat your crayfish in there if you would like to. This is wonderful. See, everything goes together. And we're going to build a good dish. Let's come. Let me see where I put my dish. Over there. Good. Here we are. Bring all your fish here, okay? And we're going to put the crayfish to the edges like this. Always put the crayfish, we'll put them afterwards. We'll bring our dumpling also. Okay. And we're going to do all this together in nice layers. Do you see how translucent your fish is? Huh? Your fish is barely done. It's very important. So put a layer of fish and then several dumplings. Here we go. Okay? Layer of fish, several dumplings. Fish, crayfish. There we go. Let's put some more crayfish in a great big mess. Let's put some more dumplings. Huh? There we are. Okay? And then we're going to end up pouring the rest over it. See, here's my big humongous fellow. We'll put him in the center. There we are. Okay. There, more fish. You know, we have a real mess of fish. Let me get a slotted spoon. It will be much easier to do with a slotted spoon. There we are. Okay? There. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that nice? And I'll tell you, that fish is as tender as butter. It's absolutely wonderful. Here are your crayfish. There we are. I'll eat this any day. This is great stuff. Huh? Let's pour a little broth over it, okay? Like that. And you serve this as a soup in soup bowls with a nice crusty loaf of that fish, that bread that you have in New Orleans that you like so much that you call French bread. We don't call it French bread, but this is the same. Bon appétit, mes chers amis de Louisiane. Here is your crayfish stew. I'm coming right back with some chicken. The smell of that ham is absolutely energetic. Huh? I'm a person that has been raised in the mountains, and I'm used to smoked ham, and the hardwood smoke here is absolutely splendid. This is a Smithfield ham from the Smithfield Farms, and you can see all its wonderful pepper, and it has been dry cured in solid salt. It's wonderful. I'm going to use it today in conjunction with some pecans that you see here in their shells, and obviously out of their shells here. What you probably may not be aware of is that if you want to make pecan wines, all you have to do is take the soft pecans in their green shell and soak them in a bottle of red wine with aromatics, and you get something absolutely special. Now, what I would like to do for you today is show you how to use the ham, the pecans, in conjunction with a nice big piece of chicken breast that you see here. I have a whole breast that I just boned for you out of a big chicken. I usually use the leg to do a stew, and I use the breast like this. I first remove the little fillet that you see go away like this for making stir fries. I cut them across, and I make stir fries with them for myself. Then I take the piece of chicken like this on the side, push hard on it to put it upward, and I cut a big pocket in it. Look at that, see? Here's a nice big pocket, and I leave it open here like this on the counter. Let me do it again with the other piece of chicken. Always the thick part up, okay? Or the thick part down, depending on whether you have the left or the right side of the chicken, and a big pocket like this. In the pocket goes a little bit of chopped pecan that have been sauteed in a bit of butter or whatever you like at the bottom, and obviously here a couple of slices of Smithfield ham, and you push this closed like this over the pocket. You could do it with the dried ham if you'd like to also. That's fine. Choose the one you like the best, the one you make yourself, the one you like. Now, I'm going to bread this. My breading is going to be first consisting of flouring the breast. I'm mixing here flour, salt, and pepper, okay? So here you start by flouring those things. This is the way they go. They will be really very, very floured, and you pat nicely like this. Don't be afraid about putting a veil of flour all over the place. It doesn't matter, okay? So well floured, both of them. And then you're going to put them in an egg batter. But instead of dipping as you're used to do and breading your hands all the way to your elbows, you're going to take a brush like that, okay? Now, look, my egg is extremely well beaten. It's light and very, very liquid. You see hardly any egg white on it. Brush it like this on it. I may have shown you this already some time ago, but I want to show it again because young ladies may not have seen it. And here is breadcrumbs, parsley, and pecans, again, mixed together. So what you do is invert that breast that is being brushed with egg into your pecans and brush on the other side. Very simple. Huh? This way, you see my hands are nice and clean. I can continue doing other things without being bothered by a lot of breading on my finger. Take some of the breading here, put it on the tip, turn it over, and do the other side. And there we are. We have a breaded chicken breast that will not give you a grief, and stick to your fingers. There we go. Let's do the second one really fast, and then I'm going to show you how to cook them and explain to you how to cook them. It's a bit of a different method. It's halfway your fried chicken and halfway a baked chicken. I'm sure some of you have thought of it already, but you usually do this on pieces of chicken rather than a breast like this, and that's maybe a new idea. It may not be. If you have thought of it, well, more power to you. I'm very pleased. There we are. Okay. Make sure everything is covered. Huh? Then you have your bath of oil here, as usual. I'm going to wipe off my hands because I have a bit of crumbs. And we're going to put it in a bath of oil and hear that whoosh. There we go. Huh? We hear that nice whoosh. And we're going to let them cook about 3 or 4 minutes while I do a little bit of housekeeping there to try to get my egg off of the table. Okay? See, I put it a little bit too much on it. There we go. And I'm going to take this away here and go all the way over to show you my vegetables. Before showing you my vegetables, I'm going to turn my chicken there. Look at this. It's nice and brown already. Huh? There we are. We're going to turn it down a little bit because it's going fast. And what you see here is I have some that are already cooked. You cook them 3 to 4 minutes on each side, put them in a baking dish like this, and finish baking them slowly in the oven so they cook at the center. And these are the vegetables that you're going to do with it. I have here some fresh tomatoes, and I have here some green shallots and green mustard. Huh? You could say green shallots also. These are colored. You could do the same. I know that you're used to cook this extremely deeply until it's brown in bacon fat or in ham fat. Well, I have put little bits of ham here, and I'm going to put my greens in there and really stir fry them really quickly in that so they just wilt, so they be really only wilted, literally little wilted greens like this. You may, the first time you eat it, say, ah, this French lady is crazy. It doesn't taste like it should. And then it's going to grow on you. Don't salt it too much because since you have the ham, it's not going to be exactly tasteless. Huh? What you want to do, though, is put a bit of pepper. I would say do more than wilt them. Here's your chicken ready to go out, see? And you put all this in the oven, okay? Now, I want you to see something. These that haven't been finished cooking, haven't been in the oven, are still soft. Those that have been in the oven are done and ready. Huh? Now, I'm going to show you how I would serve this, very simply on a nice big plate. Huh? I have also here my little tomatoes. You can see them. They are keeping hot. I cook them in a bit of oil or butter, bacon fat, whichever you people like the best and whichever is your style. Everybody has a different way and a different fat that they like to cook with. Nowadays, I would encourage you to cook in unsaturated fat and put just a teeny bit of lean ham in it to make it taste better. Huh? Now, we'll take a nice big portion for a he-man there. Look at that. Isn't that nice? And then 3 of these little tomatoes here, right on this side, 3 on the other. Oh, come on, fellows, you stay with me, huh? They have a tendency to want to get away from you, you know? There we go. And here is a nice big dinner, quickly done, huh? You can prepare those chicken breasts ahead of time. There we are. Ooh, sorry about the noise. We can prepare them ahead of time. Try to put the little stem down. Prepare this ahead of time. You can freeze them if you want. Now, I'm going to come back with a lovely dessert for you, made with fruit and a little bit of your favorite alcohol. I'll see you in a few minutes. Now, to finish our meal on a note that's a little lighter, I thought we could use pineapple and your wonderful Southern comfort. Of course, you don't have pineapple in the South, but you have bananas and you flambe them, so why not flambe pineapple? So I'm going to show you how to do this. I'm going to take my bottle with me, just in case I forget it. It would be a major disaster. So here's what you do. You take couple of tablespoons of butter and you put them in a pan and make sure that the pan is very, very hot. You saw me very well prepared there with a pan that really is quite hot. And immediately put your pineapple in it, and make sure that that pineapple cooks exactly as you would a potato. Very simply, it fries like a potato, okay? Keep it on high heat, and you're going to see it fry and take on color. Turn it at regular intervals, and immediately you're going to see it go and take on some color. I'm going to leave it there to go, because I have some that you can see here is ready. So, the one that is ready, you transfer it to a baking dish, because this is a dish that you're going to prepare ahead of time, and leave it in the oven to serve it afterwards. And with all the nice glaze that is at the bottom of this pan here, and the juice of a lemon, half a cup of pineapple juice, okay, and some sugar, you're going to make a nice little syrup and reduce this very well, and let it cook by itself with another little piece of butter, because at the end you're going to see it cook really very, very nicely and become extremely thick. As a matter of fact, let this cook gently. This is fine. It has plenty of time to cook by itself, and in the end what it will do is give you a syrup that looks like this, in which you're going to put a nice little swig of your Southern Comfort. Yeah, here we are. So do exactly what I did. Reduce that. It will turn into this. And you're going to, at the end, put it either on a platter, as I showed you, or on a plate like this, and pour it all along the pineapple. And you can see what a beautiful little glaze it does all around, and what lovely shine it gives it. It is not very sweet. If you want it a little sweeter, make it with brown sugar. Thank you very much for your attention. I enjoyed enjoying your Southern food, and I will see you another day in another area of the United States.
It is here where a spectacular and beautiful assortment of sea life can be found. But beauty can have its price. For man is obsessed with possessing that beauty to the point of endangering all life on the reef. Will man's intervention mean extinction for these beautiful creatures? The Coral Triangle, next time on Nature.
Tonight at 11 p.m. You are watching KLRN-TV Channel 9.
Yan Can Cook is made possible through a grant from Kikkoman, makers of America's leading soy sauce and teriyaki sauce. Add the Kikkoman touch. And by Dole Pineapple. A little Dole can add the taste of a sunny place to anything you make.
And now, Martin Yan, the Chinese chef.
Ni hao ma, that's how are you in Cantonese. Just in case you didn't know who posed for the animation. That's me, Martin Yan, live and in color. And we're ready to take you on a gastronomic tour of China. I don't know what your menu is, but my menu is egg treasure winter melon soup, steamed sea bass, and sizzling black bean chicken. These are all typical Cantonese dishes. Can make it as a complete menu. First, we start, of course, with the soup. Egg treasure, winter melon soup. If you have 6 treasure, you have 6 treasure winter melon soup. You have 15 different things. You have 15 treasure winter melon soup. Nobody cares. I don't care. My mother doesn't care. My grandmother never cares anyway. First of all, I want to show you what kind of ingredient that we use in this particular dish. You start with a winter melon, okay? And then you also come over here, we have some crab meat, about 1/4 pound of crab meat. You can use about 2 to 4 ounces of lean pork, and also half of a chicken breast, and some prawn, 4 to 6 prawns, all depends on how many people you have. And also some dry mushroom they call shiitake in some Japanese stores. And also straw mushroom. You can actually buy fresh straw mushroom in some store, but you got to go all the way to the Far East to get it. And also some green peas, and also some Virginia or Smithfield ham. Basically, this is a very simple, very refreshing dish, because this is also a formal dinner banquet dish. I want to show you a little bit about this winter melon. The reason why they call this winter melon is during the winter, the darn thing goes south. And also, I'm not quite sure you notice that there are a lot of powder when you buy the winter melon. You notice that a lot of white powder here. These are like a snow powder. When I was a little kid, I learned how to ski around here. I want to show you how it looks from inside. See, it looks like this. And I'm going to cut it open. I want to show you how it looks inside. Look, you got seeds here, and you got this. And when you touch this, all the powder come in, because the powder is more or less like a preservative, because the bugs won't like this. That's why one of these, if you keep it in a cool, dry place, you can keep it for a long, long time. Up to 3 months, you keep it in a dry, cool place. Some of these are approximately 10 pounds. Some of these are 18 pounds. Some of these up to 50 to 60 pounds. You've got to be a very strong cook to use this. In fact, I'm not quite sure how many of you know that in China, they use this for the athletes when they practice and get ready for the Olympic shot put. I'm going to show you how easy it is. Let's trim the skin off. Trim the seed out like this. Okay? And then you can cut this into little pieces like this. No big deal. And you set it aside. Now, I also want to show you, we're going to cut up some mushroom. Trim this. First, you take the stem, because it's tough. After you take the stem off, nothing will stem from this anymore. Wow! Wow! Now, for the straw mushroom, it looks like a little baby with a little helmet. Look at this, it's kind of cute. And you cut this right in half like this. Okay, cut it in half and put it aside. Here, I have a pot of broth. Heat it up. First, I'm going to put mushroom, shredded or cube or dice, ham, straw mushroom. And then I also use the winter melon. Put it right here. Let it bring to a boil, because you want to make sure it has enough time to cook. And in the meantime, I want to show you how you can quickly cut the chicken. 1, 2, 3. Stack them all up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Put them all together, set aside, right here. You can marinate these. You don't want to put it right here? Then I will put it right there. And then we're going to marinate this with a tiny bit of soy sauce, with a tiny bit of sesame seed oil, with a tiny bit of egg white, okay? Egg white. Seal in the juice, give that nice smooth texture. Sure. Take it up. And also I have some shrimp here, okay? Also mix them all up. Some pork here, mix them all up. Stir it, stir it. And then I'm going to put it over here. And then bring it to a boil. When you bring this to a boil, when this is bring it to a boil, it doesn't take too long to cook because you do not want to overcook them, okay? Now, you put the crab meat in the last minute when it's almost done. And when it's done, you're going to serve it in this bowl. Let me show you. We're going to serve in this wonderful thing here. Look at this. See that? You carve the whole winter melon. Of course, you can, if you don't have one of these, you don't know how to carve these, no big deal. You serve it right here. We'll show you. Serve it right here. Just as good. See, I'm going to show you. You can serve it right over here. While I am dishing this out, I notice June over there have a question for us.
Yes, Martin. How do you know if fish is fresh?
Very easy. Pick it up, look at it, and ask, how about it? No, basically, fresh fish, first of all, it should have a very nice, pleasant, fishy aroma. Does not smell fishy. If it smells fishy, that means it has been a fish market for 16 years. Secondly, you open the little gill, the gill. It should be pinkish red. It should not be brown or dark brown. If there's dark brown, that means it has been in the store for 17.5 years. And also, you got to look at the eyeball. That's why I said, look at the eye straight, because the eyeball should be nice and clear. It should not be opaque. You touch the scale, the scale, if the scale is nice and firm, it's not mushy, that means the fish is nice. Of course, the best thing is it's still swimming. Dong, 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 like that. Dancing. If all these requirements met, a nice, fresh fish. Now, I want to show you how to do a very typical, popular Cantonese dish called steamed whole fish. I happen to have a sea bass. You can use rock cod, you can use red snapper, nobody cares. Now, first of all, I have a fish, approximately 1 3/4 to 2.5 pound fish. I have couples 2 to 3 whole green onion, some Chinese-style cilantro or coriander leaves, soy sauce. You can use regular all-purpose soy sauce, or you can use dark soy sauce, and some ginger, okay? Now, it's much easier to get the regular all-purpose soy sauce. Now, the first thing I want to show you is I want to quickly cut the ginger, show you how the Chinese chef peel the ginger. You hold on to the piece of ginger like this, and you go, you see? This is real business, cooking business. I'm not pulling your leg, look. You know, the way to peel it is, I want to show you. When you peel it like this, you're only peeling off the skin. You're not wasting anything. You use a peeler, you waste about 1/10 of those. Now, of course, for this particular case, I do not have to worry about peeling it, because sometimes after because I cut it, everything into julienne, put it right here, cut it right here, cut it right here, 3 gigantic slices, and I go like this. Chinese cooking is very musical. You put it right here, and also, I also want to show you how easy it is to cut this. Put them all together, and then you press this like this, okay? Cut them all up, set it aside. In the meantime, I want to show you how you should score the fish a little bit. When you do steaming the fish, you have to be in total control. You put your hand around the shoulder, nose around here. You talk to the fish and say, how about you and me? Take a walk. Now I want to show you, let us score this. You score 1, fish 0. Score 2, fish nothing. You continue to score on both sides. The idea of scoring the fish is it gives you a sense, because the heat can penetrate into the fish a lot easier, so it doesn't take too long to cook. Now when this is ready, you don't put anything. Put it right here, sprinkle a tiny bit of ginger, sprinkle a tiny bit of green onion, and then you steam it over here. Now let's turn it to high. Steam it. You can use this tic-tac-toe thing, or you can use 2 of these to make tic-tac-toe, or you can use these to make tic-tac-toe, or you can use one of these nice bamboo steamer, just like the Chinese chef do. You can stack them all up. You can steam a whole fish family. Put it right here, boiling water. Make sure you put it right here, and then you cover it up like this, okay? If that thing's sticking out, you say, goodbye. Why I'm waiting for this, I understand that Samantha, you have a question for us.
Yes, I wanted to know if there are different types of steamers for different kinds of food.
Well, there are basically 2 different types of steamer. One is made out of bamboo, bamboo steamer. You can stack them all up. You can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can cook something, takes a little bit longer to cook here. There's something that you want to warm up here. You can cook them all up like this, okay? And also, you can just steam it right in a wok with a wok lid, because when you buy a wok, they always come with a wok lid. Or you can buy some metal steamer. Nowadays, you got little things in between with the holes with a lid. You can do it like that too. Lonnie, you have a question there.
Yeah, I was wondering if you have to soak your bamboo steamer before you use it.
Yeah, when you first buy the bamboo steamer, it has very, very strong bamboo aroma. So you got to do something about it. If I were you, I would put it and soak in a big sink of water overnight, okay? And then also, before I use it, I would steam this whole thing by itself, nothing else. Let the steam really steam cook the darn thing. You call steam nothing. So let the steam really clean it up. Get that undesirable aroma out. Why I'm steaming this? I'm heating up a tiny bit of oil here, polyunsaturated oil. Heat it up. Let us heat this up, okay? Because I want to heat this up. In the meantime, to save time, we have already steamed another fish, because one fish is not enough to feed so many people around here. We are having another fish right here, okay? We have a fish right here, already steamed. I want to show you how to do this. You transfer these, and you put it right here very carefully. Now, when you steam something, you can put 2 pieces of green onion right in the middle, okay? And then you sprinkle some ginger, okay? Some chopped green onion. And also, you can also sprinkle a tiny bit of coriander, okay? When it's ready, you put the hot oil. Let the hot oil sizzle in. Look at these. Wow! Also, put a tiny bit of soy sauce. This is the most natural way to cook food, because everything is cooked in its natural juice. No extra heavy ingredient. It's very healthy. Like in China, I don't know about you, in China, everybody believes ginger helps aid digestion. The way they spell relief is G-I-N-G-E-R. Percy, I know that you have a question.
Hello, Martin. I'd like to know, how do you select the right size of cleaver, and what is the best way to sharpen a cleaver?
Very intelligent, important, practical question. Person, just ask us, and I hope I can answer this. Normally, in a store, most of the Chinese people or the Chinese chef use knife like number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 1 is large. Number 2 is a little smaller. And I recommend you to use something like this, number 3. Okay, this is number 3 knife. Just have the right balance. And if I were you, I would choose the high carbon stainless steel one because they do not rust. The blade stay really well. It's easy to sharpen. Don't just get the stainless steel, but high carbon stainless steel. It doesn't matter if it costs a little more because the knife is one of the most important cooking utensils. Okay? And also the handle should be shaped in such a way that when you handle it, very comfortable. And also the weight should be nice, balanced. When you swing and you don't go, got stuck. See, very nice. And also got rivets, so it lasts for a long, long time. Now, it's very easy to sharpen a knife. Use a regular sharpening stone. You push it here, put some water if it's a wet stone. If you oil stone, you put oil. Put this cleaver, because the angle of a Chinese cleaver is very, very small. So you push it 1, 2, 3, 15 times the same angle. Push it hard. Turn it to the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great exercise. And after that, all you have to do is 1, 2, 3, 4. And I want to show you how sharp this is. Wow! Wow! I can't believe it. Now we have a nice sharp cleaver. I want to show you how functional a Chinese chef knife is, okay? First of all, you can use the knife to slice, okay? Slice, thin slices, like this. Like this, like this, look at this. Wow! And then you can cut julienne, stack them up and go. Look at this. And then you can also use these to press the garlic, because this is also a Chinese garlic press. Take this out, the whole thing comes out like this. And then you can also use this to transfer food. You have the food here, and you put the cleaver here at an exactly 15 degrees, and you go like that. And also you can use this for parallel cutting, you see. Now I want to show you how wonderful this knife can be. Parallel cutting technique. Parallel to your cutting board. Like this. Wow, look at this. Look at this. Now also, the wonderful thing is, this is a wonderful protective thing, just in case something happens. Ha, ha, ha. Wow, wonderful. And also, my mother taught me, when I was a little kid, use this to smash black beans, garlic into a paste. Go. You smash it. This is how the Chinese do it. Do it the old-fashioned way. Wonderful. Look at this. Now, with this smash of black bean, I'm going to show you how to make a dish called sizzling black bean chicken over here. In this particular dish, all we need is approximately 1 whole chicken breast, or 2 half chicken breasts, or 1 + 1 = 2 half chicken breasts. Cut it up into slices or cube. And then I also have 1 to 2 tablespoons of black beans. Depends on, if you get used to it, you use more. You're not used to it, use less. Chili pepper, whole or crushed. Shallot, chopped ginger, green onion, 1 whole green onion, chopped. Also garlic, okay? Of course, we also have about 2 tablespoons of dry sherry, 1 tablespoon of soy sauce, and a tiny bit of sesame syrup, about 2 teaspoons. We'll use this to marinate our chicken. Let me get a bowl here to marinate our chicken, okay? Put all this ingredient, put it right here, marinate the chicken. When you marinate, you always use these chopsticks. Marinate. Why I marinate this? I understand that Louise have a question for us.
Yes, Martin, how much oil do you use when stir frying?
Okay, stir frying is one of the most healthy, most fun, most wonderful way to do stir fry dishes. Because the shape of the wok, you only use a tiny bit. As soon as you put the oil in, you swirl the wok a little bit around, and you stir fry it, just have enough oil to coat it. Normally I use anywhere from 1 tablespoon to 1.5 tablespoon. For gigantic dish, I use 2 tablespoons. Do not use too much. I always use polyunsaturated oil, you see. Let it marinate a little bit. I am going to also cut up these just in case. We have more people for dinner, and I want to show you how fast you can do. Wow, wonderful. See? Heat up the wok. When you do stir-fry dishes, always make sure you heat up the wok first. Because if the wok is not heated up, you put the oil in, when you put the meat in, and they get stuck, you end up having chicken jerky. 1 teaspoon, measured precisely. Another teaspoon, measure precisely. Another teaspoon, all together. 1 tablespoon. Not less and not more. Now, when this is nice and ready, we are going to put this ingredient together. Heat up the wok, put the oil in. When the wok is hot, green onion and ginger and garlic, stir fry. Tiny bit of shallot, okay? Of course, we use the mashed black bean. Oh, toast the food, okay? Save the chili pepper later because you don't want to make it too hot. Stir, get the aroma. Can you smell it? Wonderfully delicious. You see, in China, there are approximately 455 recipes for chicken dishes. Any chicken with half a brain will know they'll never get to the age to collect Social Security. Now, when this is nice and ready, we'll put the chicken here. Wow, look at this. Stir, stir, stir. You can do it like this. If you don't have a hot plate, because this is supposed to be a sizzling hot dish to do, you can make the sauce and stir fry the chicken like this. Or you can stir fry the chicken. Then you can put the sauce and cook the sauce separately in a saucepan. Just make sure when you are using black beans, always keep in mind, put the black bean in the jar, airtight. Otherwise, everybody in the radius of 350 miles can tell you are fixing black beans. If you keep it in, it will last for a couple hundred years. This little bottle, I have this here since 1821, over 150 years. You save these when you make really, really old chicken, antique black beans. Okay, stir fry. We're going to season this, stir fry. I want to show you, you can toss the food like this. Wow, look at this. Put the seasoning in. Of course, you should also use 1 portion of cornstarch. Thicken it up. 1 portion of cornstarch mixed with 1 portion. Wow, toss the food, toss the food. If you want, you can use a tiny bit more. Make a tiny bit more sauce if you serve this over rice or noodle, okay? Now, when this is ready, I want to show you, I have a little hot plate here, which I have heat up. Wow, this is hot. That's why you call sizzling hot plate. Stir, stir. I'm going to serve these over here. Look, listen very carefully. Wow! Look at this, wonderful. It has been a ball being with you all. And I hope you enjoy the show as much as I did. Remember, if Yan can cook, so can you, Jackie?
Complete home recipes for all dishes prepared today and in the entire series are in the cookbook Martin Yan, the Chinese Chef, which you can order now by calling toll-free 1-800-441-3000. The price is just $9.95, a special offer for public television viewers. This cookbook contains over 170 pages of recipes, color photographs, tips and techniques. So call now 1-800-441-3000. We accept Visa, MasterCard, and American Express. And please, have your charge card ready when you call. That's 1-800-441-3000 to order your copy of Martin Yan's cookbook. Yan Can Cook is made possible through a grant from Kikkoman, makers of America's leading soy sauce and teriyaki sauce. Add the Kikkoman touch. And by Dole Pineapple. A little Dole can add the taste of a sunny place to anything you make.
Evening at Pops is back with a special summer of great encore performances. This week, John Williams and the Boston Pops Orchestra welcome soprano Jessie Norman, Broadway star Cleo Lane with John Dankworth, jazz pianist Oscar Peterson, folk stars Peter, Paul, and Mary, and singer Andy Williams. Next time on Evening at Pops.
Sunday at 7 p.m.
The Russians are coming to American television. But is there new openness, honest communication, or merely propaganda? Control is what it's all about. And control is also the issue in television coverage of modern warfare. Who's in charge, the Pentagon or the reporter? For both topics, questions of manipulation are open to debate on Inside Television. Who calls the shots?
Sunday at 2 p.m.
Look at that! It's beautiful!
This week on Masterpiece Theater, the race begins.
There is but one spot on this side of Antarctica from which the pole can be reached, and we're in it.
The last place on Earth, a landmark adventure on Masterpiece Theater.
Sunday at 9 p.m.
You're not for Dole or for Bush or for...
No, this is for shampoo and hair conditioner.
Meet Vladimir Danayev, the only Soviet television reporter covering Campaign 88.
Are you for IBM treaty, by the way? You know?
I'm for it if you'll comply with it.
We will comply. My favorite candidate, Gorbachev. Who is voting for Bragg? For Bragg.
See Campaign 88 from the Soviet side of the camera. Dear Comrades, a Channel 3 Moscow special.
Wednesday at 9:30. You are watching KLRN-TV Channel 9.
For more than 75 years, Crisco Shortening has helped provide good foods for your family. The beginning of classic Southwestern cooking, all vegetable, no cholesterol Crisco proudly salutes the great chefs and foods of the West.
Great Chefs of the West, brought to you in part by True Value Hardware and Weber, makers of charcoal grills, gas grills, and fire spice natural cooking woods. True Value and Weber salute Western chefs, masters in the art of natural wood barbecuing.
There's a road headed to the west, and it's calling me back again. There's a pale blue sky and an orange sunset, and a place I can't forget. You go down home when the sun goes low, head off the highway to painted western sky. Walk down a worn path through the back door, cooking in the kitchen and the kettle is warm. down home.
Welcome to Great Chefs of the West, a video symposium of regional cookery offered by chefs of the West and Southwest. From San Diego, a first course by Chef Cindy Black. From Denver, Colorado, an entree by Chef Jimmy Schmidt. From Houston, Texas, dessert prepared by Chef Kathy Ruiz. And home-based cooking from the State Fair of Texas in Dallas.
In 1985, Food and Wine included Cindy Black in its pick of 25 hot new American chefs. In the years since, she has more than proved the magazine correct in its evaluation. As executive chef for Vicorp Specialty Restaurants based in San Diego, she is responsible for the menus of 86 restaurants. Her training is French, but her taste runs more to robust country food than haute cuisine. This time, though, it's eclectic Californian, cornmeal pizza with wild mushrooms. The pizza begins with 3/4 ounce yeast proofed in 1½ cups 85-degree water with 1 tablespoon sugar. The dough also contains 2¼ cups all-purpose flour, 1/2 cup semolina flour, and 3/4 cup cornmeal.
And we've got in here garlic and cracked pepper also, just for a little variation. And a little bit of olive oil that I'll add. At the end, I'm just going to start it on low and let the dough work sort of slowly.
Chef Black adds more flour as needed.
Okay, we'll just let that go. We've got some salt, put that in. Like any kind of a dough, depending on the day and all of that, they change. And then as you keep kneading, the dough will begin to gather up from the edge of the bowl and form a ball.
1/8 cup olive oil is added on low speed.
There, it's starting to pull in a little bit. And we'll just let it go.
Wild mushrooms are sautéed in olive oil. They will top the pizza.
Some raw chanterelles and some black mushroom. A little bit of garlic and red onion. And what we'll do is saute them and then cover them and let them braise a little bit because the chanterelles take longer to cook and because the flavor doesn't come out until they've been cooked long enough. So we'll let those cook, and meanwhile we'll cook just lightly some tomatillos for our sauce. Let those saute real lightly, and then we'll be pureeing them and making the base for this Monterey Jack and Parmesan sauce.
The sauce is basically a mayonnaise-like emulsion. Here are the ingredients.
Add 1/2 cup of Parmesan to that and olive oil. Salt, pepper, garlic.
The mushrooms are covered and braised.
There.
After about 10 minutes, they are uncovered. The liquid is reduced to a glaze, then sherry is added.
2 tablespoons of sherry. Let it flame a little bit. Okay? Okay, we're going to pull this dough off the hooks, and it comes off pretty easy, but you can still feel that the dough is a little bit wet. But it comes out of the bowls clean, and that's all you want. And then we'll work it around a little bit, just to let it be flat. And then fold it under a little bit and put it into another bowl and let it rise for about an hour in a warm spot. And this one is this is a real nice dough. So your towel, I'm going to put a a slightly dampened towel over the top, but that's all. If the dough felt a lot wetter, I might put a completely dry towel. If the dough felt too dry to me, I'd make the towel wet, that's all, or cover it completely with plastic so that it breathes in there and it steams a little bit. And we'll let it rise, like I say, about an hour until it's double in bulk in a warm place. I said that this recipe could make 4 small ones or 2 large ones. So we're just going to pat it out a little bit slowly. And I'm just going to keep turning it a little bit and let it begin to relax. It's still a little. And I'm going to roll it to about a 6-inch diameter pizza. And we use pizza peels to help us with the pizza oven. But if somebody made it at home, they could just, use a pizza pan or whatever.
The pizza dough rests 10 minutes before assembly, which begins with the tomatillo and Parmesan sauce. More Parmesan is sprinkled on and the mushrooms are added.
Chanterelles and blacks. And then we will start putting cheese. This is a sharp jack. You could use a Mexican cheese if you wanted. Cilantro, a couple of dashes of that. Some some tomatoes and some chili peppers. I'm not being real precise about fixing them, but that's kind of the way it should be. Layer all these peppers. So you got a real combo of heresy pizza here.
The chilies were roasted, peeled, and seeded.
Formaggio. You want to try to mound it up towards the center. More tomatoes. And there you go. That's it. And then we will be baking it, 500, hottest your oven can get.
Bake approximately 12 minutes. Though only 32, Chef Jimmy Schmidt is considered one of the dominant forces on the American food scene. As a partner in the Rattlesnake Club with Los Angeles restaurateur Michael McCarty, Chef Schmidt is currently working his magic in Denver. The restaurant is located near downtown in the converted Tivoli Brewery. Until 1969, the facility produced beer. Today, the copper brewing vats are a backdrop for Chef Schmidt's innovation, like this brunch or supper entree, curried lamb sausage with compote and pecan pancakes.
For the sausage, combine the diced lamb meat, the fat, and the onion, and grind it. After it's been ground, add your egg yolks, your salt, black pepper, and curry powder to your own taste. We use our own curry powder that we make or blend together, and it tends to be spicier than most, but you should add the curry powder to your own taste. Mix it together using your fingertips so you do not mash the meat to combine it evenly. Then grind it again through the medium die. After grinding, make sure it's evenly dispersed. The texture should be pliable, not gummy. And form the sausage into 8 patties, like so. Thanks.
Refrigerate the patties covered for 2 hours. The fruit compote is begun by peeling and seeding a papaya.
If the papaya is a little green, it really doesn't matter because you will be cooking it. actually a little underripe papaya, will give you a little bit better texture in the finished compote. Scoop the seeds out with a spoon. Then slice the papaya into 1/8-inch slices.
The second component of the compote is 2 pears.
Rubbing it down with lemon juice to keep it from oxidizing. Quarter the pear and decore it. And slice it. In an acid-resistant pot, as to not discolor the fruit, add your orange juice, your passion fruit juice, and a tablespoon of sugar, because the passion is quite tart. Your pears, and your papaya. Now bring it to a simmer over medium-high heat, and just allow the fruit to cook until it's just softened.
Chef Schmidt starts pecan potato pancakes by coarsely grating 1 peeled potato.
One large potato should yield exactly the amount of potatoes that you need for this recipe. Put it into a strainer and we'll wash it 3 times under cold running water. Wash it well under cold water, pressing the water out and repeating 3 times. Cover them. Pressing down, you can roll it up to get rid of all the water. Add in your pecans, your red onion that's been diced, your beaten eggs. Work your eggs in slightly so that it's well combined. Add in your cornstarch and baking powder. Add in approximately 1/2 cup of flour. Now, if the mixture seems a little loose, you can add a little bit more flour, depending upon getting all the moisture out of the potatoes themselves. Season with your pepper and your salt. Making sure that it's very evenly mixed. When the fruit is very soft, but still holding its shape, remove the fruit from the liquid in a slotted spoon. Like so. Increase your heat and reduce the liquid down to where it will coat the back of the spoon. As the sauce reduces down, it'll boil less rapidly, even though over a high heat. And as you can see, it has thickened down quite a bit. and it coats the back of a spoon. Add the fruit back in. Just mixing to coat. And turn the heat off. And add in the orange rind, only at the last second so that it maintains its perfume. Mix it up and just keep it warm at room temperature until you put it on top of the pancake. While the sausage is cooking, you can start your pancakes. And as the butter gets hot, add your pancake mixture to the center of your pan. Flattening it gently into a thin pancake. Turn them over. Continue cooking until they're done. About 2 more minutes.
We are experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Please stand by.
You are watching KLRN Channel 9 in San Antonio.
We are experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Please stand by.
You are watching KLRN Channel 9 in San Antonio.
We are experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Please stand by.
You are watching KLRN Channel 9 in San Antonio.
experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Due to technical difficulties, we're unable to bring you the program originally scheduled. Please stay tuned for an alternate program.
Unlabeled America is made possible by this station and other public television stations.
A teaspoon, please. Teaspoon of onion powder. You can't put fresh onion in this dish because it's got to be powder so that it'll hit this pan. So the pan's getting very, very hot. I want 1½ teaspoons of garlic powder. And are you ready for this one? 1½ teaspoons of cayenne. Wow! That's murder. If you want to cut down on that, you go right ahead. And about 2 teaspoons of lemon pepper. Now, I just bought this at the old market. 2 teaspoons of lemon pepper. There we go. And remember I told you earlier that thyme is an absolute necessity in Southern cooking. So we're going to add 1 teaspoon of thyme and 1½ teaspoons of basil, which I do not see. We got any basil? I bet it's over here. Track down the old basil. Come here, you rascal. There we are. 1½ teaspoons of basil. There. Now stir that up, and you have the official, well, one of the official blends. This is not Paul Prudhomme's recipe, though he's very kind at giving out the formulas for all of his blackening salts. You can find them in any of his cookbooks. Okay, I think my pan's... You've got to heat the old black frying pan until it just tries to get off the stove. When it starts to try and move off the stove and plead for mercy, you know the pan's hot. In the meantime, melt a stick of butter. I better cut some fillets first. Let me get some fillets out here for us. Okay, this will do. Here we go. Isn't fish a kick? It's just wonderful stuff. And you should eat more of it, please. It's very good for you. And it's a wonderful thing to serve your children. And if you can flavor things, now this may not be a kid's dish. It's a little hot, I admit that. But my point is that if you flavor fish properly, children are going to enjoy it. I believe that's true. People tell me that, oh, my kids won't eat fish, you see. I don't think that's true. You haven't really tried. You haven't really tried. Okay, maybe you have tried and you're still in trouble, huh? I'm going to mix up my spices. Into the dish they go. Now, this is going to make a lot of smoke, so you will remember that if you're going to do this in your own kitchen, you have to do it in a very well-ventilated place. So we put the butter, melted butter on the fillets, and then we'll dip them into this incredible peppering mixture, coat them on both sides, and then into the frying pan they go. And this is the name of the game. You see what I'm talking about here? You don't do that. You don't do that in a normal kitchen unless you have a good fan going. I'm just going to cook a couple of slices. I think that'll be plenty here. Okay, one more. Smells heavenly, sets off the burglar alarms, shuts down the whole building, makes you call the landlord, but it's very good. The idea here is that you're putting a crust of burned, dried herbs and spices on the outside of the fish. There, I think I'm ready to turn that. It just takes a minute. Just no time at all. Well, not quite, but I will do this. And remember, I've told you before, please don't. Wow, that, I feel like an old smoked bacon side. Don't ever put your head over a hot pan. You're going to have things spit in your face. You're going to burn your hair. And you don't want to do any of those things. All right, you see how it's blackening? Now, you don't want to burn it. That's not the point. We want to seal it up. I'm going to turn off my pan here before we call the Chicago Fire Department. We've got an awfully good fire department in this city, and I'm assuming they're parked right outside the door on their way. They're waiting for lunch. All right. I would let that sit a bit longer, but I think I'm going to take it out. It doesn't take long. These are not done, but I want to talk with you about other dishes. You understand the principle? There we are. There we go. Isn't that a kick? Blackened catfish. That's a wonderful idea. And I'm choking to death in the smoke. So bring it over to the corner. What else do I have? Oh, this one is terrific. Now, give me a break, because you're going to say, really? Yes. I have a dish somewhere around here of creamed catfish. Oops, it's down here. Here it is. Creamed catfish. I've simply poached it in a little bit of fish broth and cream with a little bit of tomato paste or sauce, a little bit of paprika, some normal seasonings for you. And then I added an additional bit of cream. Let me close this up and find a, here we go, find a pad so I can open this up for you. Then took the fish out of the kettle after it poached for about 8 to 10 minutes. It doesn't take long on catfish. And then I reduced the sauce so it was a little bit thick, and you have a wonderful, look at that. Isn't that gorgeous stuff? Oh, I want to put that on some pasta right now. Let's do it. Where is a plate of pasta? Here we are. Here we go. If we were to, where's my ladle? There we go. If you were to continue there we are, continue to thicken the sauce. It's very easy, you see. You simply just, there. Oh, come on. There we are. You simply just continue to reduce the sauce, and reduce means to cook down the juices. I'm going to serve this over pasta, if it will cooperate, but I certainly need some more sauce. Doesn't that look good? Oh, it's a terrific dish. And you can season this one, you see, in any way that you like. For members of your family who like it a little bit hot, you put in more cayenne pepper or some Tabasco, you see. And if you like it a little bit mild, why, just forget about that. You'll be all right. Now, let's see. We'll put that one over here. Now, I think I have enough time to show you a couple more. I have a grilled, let's see. Oh, I've got them all over the place. I have a grilled fish. This one's a simple thing to do. Not grilled. I showed you the grilled one. This one is broiled, and it's hot. I've melted butter in the bottom of a pan, and you're going to say, butter? Smith, you're supposed to be helping me cut down on fat. I know, but there's very little fat in catfish, and the bones come out easily. In the old days, when you would eat catfish, they were really bony. But now the farming that's going on is so creative that the fish is very, very meaty, but very, very low in fat. Remember that now, even less than chicken. So you're getting a good buy on your dollar. I'm looking for a place to put this, and certainly getting a lot of good flavor. And the bones are not hard to remove anymore. So here it is. This, oops, one more. Got to get one more pad. Things are very hot. I don't want to burn this up. There, I hope you can see this. Okay. Here's a broiled, there it is. There's a broiled catfish. A little flour on it, you see. Broiled it with a little flour on top, and a butter kind of glaze. Wonderful stuff. Now, if I wanted to make a shrimp sauce for that, I have some sauteed vegetables, mushrooms, onions, and celery, and all I would have to do is to cook this down with a little cream, perhaps a shot of brandy. I just won't have time today. That's all right. And cook this down, and then add some shrimp. Let me show you. Here we go. Add some cooked shrimp. There we are. And we might as well take a stab at it, huh? And a little bit of cream, which I don't even see. Well, that's all right. Add a little bit of cream, cook that down, and then put that over our grilled catfish. Broiled catfish. Too many catfishes. Well, anyhow, let's look back at what we do have. The point of the thing today is simple. Catfish is low in fat, it's not terribly expensive, and it's wonderful, wonderful eating. Much better than it ever used to be in our culture. I made a poached catfish for you today. I made catfish and hush puppies. We made a grilled catfish, just grilled in the frying pan, and I had a lovely blackened catfish. And we will salute Paul Prudhomme for that whole concept. And finally, a catfish cooked in cream sauce, grilled catfish, and catfish over noodles with the cream sauce. Next time, you go to an upper yuppie restaurant and you see catfish, $14 a plate. Remember that in the old days, we were talking peasant food. We were talking food that was eaten by people who really had very little else. The hush puppy and catfish binge was circled with a bit of wild vegetables that you'd find, and that was your whole meal. So enjoy catfish. It's ours. It's American. This is the Frugal Gourmet. I'm glad we could cook. Until I see you again, I bid you peace.
A KLRN Channel 9 Community Advisory Board meeting will be held on Tuesday, June 21st, 1988. The meeting will convene at 6 p.m. in the KLRN studio.
The Frugal Gourmet is made possible by a grant from this station and other public television stations. Jeff Smith's exciting collection of classic American cooking is available to you now in his new book, The Frugal Gourmet Cooks American. Call 1-800-541-4100 to charge your copy or to order by mail. This special selection of over 350 easy-to-prepare recipes is available for only $19.95. Just call 1-800-541-4100 today to charge or mail order and enjoy the best cooking in America today.
The Frugal Gourmet is brought to you by the members of KLRN and your neighbors at H-E-B, proudly supporting the Frugal Gourmet and serving San Antonio with 35 convenient locations for your culinary needs.
Evening at Pops is back with a special summer of great encore performances. This week, John Williams and the Boston Pops Orchestra welcome soprano Jessie Norman, Broadway star Cleo Lane with John Dankworth, jazz pianist Oscar Peterson, folk stars Peter, Paul, and Mary, and singer Andy Williams. Next time on Evening at Pops.
Sunday at 7 p.m.
Look at that! It's beautiful!
This week on Masterpiece Theater, the race begins.
There is but one spot on this side of Antarctica from which the pole can be reached, and we're in it.
The last place on Earth, a landmark adventure on Masterpiece Theater.
Sunday at 9 p.m.
American Playhouse
Those
presents
door locks. Yours from just $10,888 at Smith Chevrolet. Straight talk and low prices. A 70-year tradition at Smith on Broadway.
Best shot water bed. Winning every round at Best Shot Waterbed's knockout sale continues. This 4-piece Gold Rush group is no lightweight with bed, dresser, hutch, and nightstand, all for $9.99. Plus 6 drawers are only $59.95 when you buy a bed. You're the winner during Best Shot Waterbed's knockout sale. It's got a lot of punch.
For the best rest of your life, give it your best shot.
We'll put stars in your future on TNN.
Hey, good looking. we could find us a brand new recipe.
Welcome to the show today. I am so excited. I'm a real fan of this gentleman here. He is so talented. He's a wonderful actor, singer, director, and we're thrilled to have him, Mr. Tom Wopat.
Thank you.
Tom, a lot of our audience might not know, but I do, that long before the Dukes of Hazzard, you were a musical performer and singer.
Well, yeah, I've been singing since I was a little kid. I started singing, I guess, in public when I was about 6 years old. And actually, right before I did Dukes, I was working in New York for about a year, on and off Broadway.
Yeah, but did you find, I know I found this with the Brady Bunch, that after doing the Dukes of Hazzard and then you started singing again, people said, oh, we didn't know you sang.
Well, of course. I mean, you know, that's pretty standard. I mean, there's like, what, 40, 50, 60 million people that watch a top-rated show. And,
right.
And they have no idea of what you've done before, really.
I know. I was always amazed when kids would come and see the Brady Bunch and they would just, oh, Mrs. Brady sings.
You bet.
Yeah, well, you sing great, and you've got a lot of hit records, and there's just no stopping you.
I've been having pretty good luck. I'm right in the middle of doing my second album right now for Capitol, and that should be out in July. Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's going real well.
Well, we're looking forward to having you here today because we know that you're going to cook for us.
That's some good stuff.
Yeah, he's an expert. And Tom's going to make for us today some steak chili, and you're going to love it. So come on back.
Taste of Peter Pan comes in a plastic jar, so even if you do drop it, it won't shatter.
Eat some peanut butter anytime you can, only if it's Peter Pan.
I've been drinking the same tea all my life, and you come marching in here with your Tetley tea and tell me I'm gonna like it better because it's clear and smooth, because it's got those tiny little tea leaves, because it's a special blend. Well, honey, that don't mean I'm gonna like it any better. Oh. Well, even if I do like it better, don't mean I'm going to run right out and buy it. Well, even if I do run out and buy it, don't mean I'm going to serve it.
Tetley tea. Bet you're gonna like it better.
Grandpa Redenbacher, I've got it.
Got what, guy?
A snack idea of the century. Take America's favorite microwave popcorn, yours, and add the flavor of cheddar cheese or sour cream and onion.
Like this?
Orville Redenbacher's new cheddar cheese microwave popcorn.
Or sour cream and onion popcorn.
Fresh, hot, and the snack idea of the century. And it's his.
Who else?
2 hot new microwave snacks from Orville Redenbacher.
What's wrong, Sally?
Darn dishwasher spots, Marge. They're driving Bud away.
Cliff and I had the same problem. You need sunlight. It rinses clean, so it leaves everything this spotless, even in sunlight.
Next day, Sally, your glasses are beautiful. I'll never stray again.
Who writes this stuff?
Sunlight, powder or liquid. Nothing gets glasses more spotless.
Welcome back. We are now in our kitchen, and, well, this whole room is a kitchen. You have a piano in your kitchen, don't you, at home?
Oh, absolutely. I'd like to keep a grand in the kitchen, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we're ready to start your steak chili, it's called? I've
Well,
never heard
yeah,
of that
you can use either steak or hamburger. Actually, the thing about this particular chili is that you grill the meat first.
Oh.
And myself, I grill it with a lot of salt and pepper and a lot of cayenne pepper. You know, to give kind of get it going already before you even start putting it in the pot. And then I bring it in, and what I do is I put in some, I chop up some onions and green peppers and put them in a big pot. And, of course, a little Wesson oil.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gotta have that.
Gotta get that in. And then while that stuff is getting nice and brown and tender, I'm cutting up the meat.
Just in a little slices there?
Yeah, well, I cut it down in pretty good chunks. But like the hamburger, you can just crumble it up.
Crumble it with your hand?
Yeah.
That looks like good beef.
Well, it is pretty good. I usually cook it about medium rare. But the main thing is just, you know, you get all that spice right on the meat then, see?
This man knows what he's doing. You cut that like a pro. Wow.
Well, usually, you know, don't have a lot of time to make dinner. You got to throw it together pretty good.
You grew up on a farm, I know that.
Yeah, I grew up with 6 brothers and 1 sister.
Wow.
So that's why we make big food. We don't fool around,
Right.
you know?
So your poor sister, I grew up in a family of 10, and I had 5 brothers and 4 sisters, and my brothers teased the heck out of me.
Well, it's a lot of fun growing up in a big family. You do learn how to cook and how to wash dishes.
Right,
and
do everything.
That's right.
Did you learn how to milk a cow?
I grew up with 40 cows a day, twice a day.
Look at that. Look at these arms.
Yeah,
That's why.
right.
See what can happen if you milk a cow?
Actually, the milk house is a great place to sing in, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's all block and steel and real good.
What kind of songs did you sing when you were a kid?
Actually, I sang a lot of Beatles.
Did you?
Yeah, the Beatles were happening when I was, I think their first big hit, I was in 7th grade.
Wow.
And we were riding on the school bus to go to...
Goodness, Tom, I was in 6.
Well, I wouldn't have guessed that, even. Anyways,
okay, so now you've got your chopped meat in there, and you've got your...
Onions
Billy
and peppers.
Turner, cut out that laughing.
Is he making fun?
Billy's our floor manager. See, that's why he's on the floor.
Yeah, there's always more places to work, aren't there, Bill?
Now you're putting in there whole tomatoes, huh?
Whole tomatoes, yeah. You don't even drain them. You need little juices. And then kind of break them up in there. Break them up with a fork.
Oh, this is my kind of dish.
Well, it works out. It's pretty hearty, you know, and it will feed you can make it in any amount.
It can be like the magic pot. It can grow depending on the number of people.
And actually, depending on what you got in the house, you can throw any kind of vegetable in here you want. But I usually stick to tomatoes and onions and green peppers.
Now, when does your paste go in? Does that?
Well,
is this paste?
Any time along the way. This is sauce. Don't put paste in, or you're going to end up with spaghetti sauce in a minute. So we put that in.
Okay, so we've had 2 cans of whole tomatoes and a can of tomato sauce.
Right. And break them tomatoes up.
Oh, I love these things. Bay leaves?
This is happening pretty good. Yep, a couple of bay leaves. You throw them in.
Can I throw them in?
Sure, you bet. There's no...
I caught it. Okay.
There's no set routine to this.
Oh, good.
And I'd add some kidney beans, throw them in.
Okay.
And then you just mix it all up. And
boy, that is beautiful.
Add a little seasoning, a little salt, a little pepper.
Yeah, I guess you could cook this all day if you... I bet the longer you cook
yeah. And it's also a situation where I usually make it up and eat a couple of bowls of it with some bread and butter, and then put the rest of it in the refrigerator and heat it up, you know, for the next couple days. It's
yeah,
the same
this
way
is kind of like Italian food. I think the older it gets, the better it gets.
Yeah, you know. Cook it and cook it and cook it. Of course, I'm from Wisconsin, so I probably should have some dairy products in this.
Where in Wisconsin are you from?
I'm from Lodi, Wisconsin. It's in south central Wisconsin, near Madison.
Have you, then you know Prangies? Prangies department store?
Yeah, I know Prangies.
Yeah, I go there a lot and talk to them, talk to their people.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I love Prangies.
But anyways, and that's about it.
So you actually, though, if you wanted to, you'd simmer it about, what, about 2 hours maybe?
Yeah, I usually cook it, you know, in taking the whole total time of grilling the meat and everything. It takes 2.5 hours, yeah.
Okay.
You can make it quicker than that, actually, if you're in a rush. But it's like you say, the more you cook it, the better it gets.
It looks fabulous. I'm going to recap this recipe for you. It looks fabulous. Okay, here we go. We're going to preheat the grill, season steak and ground beef, grill medium rare, cool. Cut steak into 1/2 chunks. Break hamburger into chunks, too. Use your hands if you want to. Then you put in oil, saute onion and bell pepper. You add meat, whole tomatoes, kidney beans, bay leaves, chili powder, and tomato sauce. And then you simmer for about 2 hours or longer if you need it, or less. You remove the bay leaves, and then you serve it. And we'll be back in just a minute for Williams and Rita make Hawaiian trifle for you, so come on back.
I've got a feeling today's the day. Wanna get going in a different way. The perfect vacation from orange juice is Dole. The perfect vacation from orange juice is Dole.
Only Dole blends fresh-cut pineapple taste with other luscious fruits into 4 unique juices. Pineapple orange, pineapple grapefruit, pine orange banana, and pure pineapple.
The perfect vacation from orange juice is Dole.
Nothing's better than American cooking. And America's cooking with Wesson.
Let's eat. Don't miss Aunt Betty's chicken.
So crispy.
Great.
Juicy, too. Really good.
Wow. Homemade fries.
I can't imagine what she does to make these things so light.
Save room for pie.
You ought to visit us more often, Charlie. Oh, what a meal.
America's cooking with all-natural Wesson. Vegetable, corn, and sunflower oils. With every bite, you know you're frying right.
Excuse me.
Yes?
If Hunt's came out with a spaghetti sauce, would you give it a try?
Oh, if Hunt's made it, sure.
Sure.
What if it came in a can?
Hunt's has always canned the best tomatoes. Why not spaghetti sauce?
But what about the spices, the seasonings?
Taste it. Hunt's spaghetti sauce beat the leading national sauce 2-1.
It is better.
Great taste and value.
It had to be Hunt's.
Hunt's spaghetti sauce, now at a new low price.
To savor the flavor of melting cheese, mixed with ham, diced nice as you please, your casserole deserves cremette. To taste each tender clam from the sea, richly spiced and woo, garlicky, your clam sauce deserves cremette. Cremette pasta is made to hold on to every bit of the flavor you put into your recipe. So whether the recipe is cool or hot, when you've given it the best you've got, doesn't your recipe deserve cremette?
Country Kitchen staff and guest stars stay at the beautiful Sheraton Music City Hotel. For special hotel room rates, call for the Country Kitchen special package at 615-885-2200.
Well, we're back. I'm here chatting with Tom. We were talking about where we live and all that. You have a place here in Nashville now, don't you?
Right.
And in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Yeah, I love it down here.
Well, I've been writing quite a bit, and it really works out well to spend a lot of time down here. Actually, most of the gigs I've been playing, too, are fairly close to Nashville.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Do you spend a lot of time on the road?
Well, yeah, I spend a lot of time on the road. I've been playing between 6 and 10 dates a month.
Wow.
And then also, like this fall, I did a new TV series for CBS called Blue Skies. That's supposed to be premiering in April.
Oh, right, with Susan Hubley?
Susan Hubley,
yeah.
And Pat Hingle plays
I love
my
Pat
father.
Hingle. What a great actor.
He's fine. And anyway, it's supposed to debut in April, but even while I was filming that, I was taking off on the weekends and flying back out here to play in different places around the country.
You know, when I was doing the series, too, that people said, well, it doesn't wear you out, but it always gave me a lift to go out and be able to sing.
Oh, yeah. It's a gas.
Don't you find that?
Yeah, well, I really enjoy getting out there.
Well, I'm sure the people enjoy it, too. These next two guys, I'm sure the people enjoyed them, too. I'm not too sure.
Which people?
Well, you know who I'm talking about. The two crazy guys, Williams and Reed. They're going to make Hawaiian trifle. Okay, guys.
We never get tired of this gig.
Never get tired. And today we're going to make Hawaiian trifle.
Hawaiian trifle. Sounds difficult, but it's really simple. Hawaiian trifle. What is a Hawaiian trifle?
What is Hawaiian trifle?
Is it a 2-drink minimum at a Don Ho concert?
No.
Is it the number of albums the Indian and I have sold overseas?
No.
Is it a glass of sweat from Tom Selleck's upper lip?
But no. We've got more of the Hawaiian trifle.
Yes. Everybody, come on. Just the top row now. All right. Good job. Hello, I'm Jack Lord, and this is Zulu as Kono. Remember that guy? He had one line on every show. I don't know, Steve. I lost him.
Enough about that. Enough about that. We've got a dessert to make, and you're going to need some ingredients. Hurry! Write these ingredients down.
Yeah.
First of all, you'll need 2 packages of vanilla pudding and pie filling mix.
And some milk.
And a cup and a half of pineapple juice.
And you're going to need some whipping cream.
And you're going to need some pound cake.
And some cream sherry.
And you're going to need some raspberry jam.
Crushed pineapple.
And some maraschino cherries are optional.
They're optional. I like to put them on my car and use them as a turn signal.
Let's get this baby underway. First of all, you take your packages, 2 packages.
Yep.
Count them.
Two packages.
Two packages, and you put it into your saucepan like this.
And you prepare them as they are instructed on the package.
That's
as
right.
you can see,
Read
the
everything
instructions
properly.
are clearly printed on the package.
That's right. Now, once you get that done, then you put in your milk.
Put in your
2
milk.
cups of milk. We're not saying anything about this milk. It's
That's
great.
right. It is good stuff.
Yes,
good
indeed.
for you.
And then you put in your Dole pineapple juice.
Oh.
And you do not have to buy the can with the crushed pineapples in it.
That's
no,
right.
you can buy the juice. It's like buying boneless chicken.
Yes, it is.
Indeed.
Exactly, just the juice.
Yes,
and
indeed.
then you're supposed to cool it in a saucepan.
Well, you got to do this over the heat. See, you do it over the heat like this.
That's right.
And then you cool it.
In a saucepan, over ice water, stirring.
That's right.
Now, if you've ever poured ice water on anything, you know there's very little stirring going on.
That's right. We've
surveyed several dogs, and they say,
All right, now, when it comes out, it looks like this. And
Yes.
doesn't that look good?
Don't try this at home.
Yes, indeed. And now, you fold in.
Yes.
You fold in. Now, how many times have we gone over this, people? Folding. Have you learned how to fold yet?
I
yes,
don't know.
indeed. You take the baby like this, you put it in there, and you fold it. Now, this is your folding right
That's
here.
right.
This
You're
is your
folding.
folding
Watch this.
technique right
Folding,
here. See how we're
folding.
folding?
Yeah.
Eat your heart out. Ginger, is this right?
Yeah.
Yes,
that's
it
very
is.
good. And now, this quick scene from The Dukes of Hazzard.
Bo? Luke? Okay.
All right.
And now after you folded this baby enough, you got to cut your pound cake.
Oh.
Cut your pound cake.
Cut your pound. Ooh, cut your pound cake.
Cut your
I'm ready.
pound cakes into chunks.
Chunk Norris.
Chunk Norris, yes.
Whoa!
Oh, no.
Oh, miss middle.
All
Could
right.
have done better with hands.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
Oh, wait. Now,
dap
let's
that
lay it
baby
all
open.
to the side there.
Dap that baby open,
There you
and
go.
you drizzle your cream
easy
sherry.
now.
Cream-
Easy,
cream-
easy.
Sherry drizzle, sherry.
Oh, that is nice.
Sherry baby. Now, you never want to drizzle it off. You save just a tap for yourself.
Oh, the Indian's flipping out. We can tell.
Now we'll put the rest on there. And now you get this. You got to drizzle your. Now you cut it into chunks.
Cut it into. Oh, Chunk Norris.
Oh, what size chunks you want, mister?
Oh, chunkettes. Oh, here we go.
Size of
Look at that. Good job. First try.
Okay, now.
Okay.
And now you spoon a cup of pudding.
Spoon a cup of pudding.
Spoon a cup or do we take a cup? Is this like a cup? No, we
spoon-
don't do that.
spoon of
We just
pudding
kind
in
of
it?
spoon it in there.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of get it to the bottom.
We knew that. We knew that.
Boy, this looks. No.
We knew that. That looks
Okay.
delicious.
Boy,
there.
looks
That-
good, yes.
Oh, yeah.
There's
And then
no
you
fun.
top with some chunk cake in there. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, put some chunk cake in there.
Got the cake in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you put the.
Oh, yes.
this
The
on.
Charlie Daniels 12th annual raspberry jam.
Raspberry
here.
jam, yes. Now you
All right.
put that on. You should have chunked them a little smaller. My
I
God.
don't
this
know.
is-
Well, it's working out
Gee,
well
where?
because later on it will build a condo.
All right, and then you put some more pineapple.
More pineapple. That's
There's
the secret. That's the secret. Now
There's
you
the secret
put
right here.
like you put like a half of your can on
Yeah,
there.
yeah. And Dole will give you a full can every
yeah.
time.
Every time.
A lot of times, others will short you, but Dole will give you a full can every time. You put a little more
right
of
up
this
to
on
the
there.
top. Sometimes
Boy,
it'll
how
blow
long
the
was
lid.
this under there? Oh, gee,
Well, that really is nice. Yeah.
Oh, gee, I could be out on the boat
Yeah, and then we
with my
put some more of this
husband,
bread
retired
on
hypnotherapist, soaking up some rays.
Yeah, sure. Let me
But
put some more
no,
on this.
I'm sitting here with a duke, a kook, and a fluke.
All right, let's put some more.
Oh, well, maybe the Brady Bunch will have another reunion
We put
soon.
this on the top.
And
Here.
then how much more of it
then
is
we
in
top that. We top
garnish
that.
it.
There,
Garnish
there we
it?
go. Yeah, yeah, there we go.
And then,
And then you take it and you refrigerate it overnight. That gives you a chance to catch on some of them Nashville Now reruns.
All right, and then you, and then just before serving, you whip up a cup of cream and you spread it over the top.
Then and you drain your reserve pineapple and use it as a garnish
We've already-
with maraschino cherries optional.
Let's recap and see what we've done.
All right.
You prepare your pudding mix per direction using milk and pineapple juice as liquid.
We jeopardize our career in step number 2.
And then you whip 1 cup of cream, fold into cool pudding.
We cut a pound cake in half lengthwise.
Drizzle sherry over cake. Drizzle sherry.
Cut into chunks.
Yes. And then spoon pudding into glass serving bowl.
Top with half a chunked cake and then a half a cup of the jam.
Reserve half a cup of drained pineapple in syrup.
Spoon half a remaining pineapple into bowl.
Spoon half a remaining pudding into bowl.
Oh, repeat, repeat, repeat.
Yes, and then it's refrigerate overnight. We blindfolded 10 people, and they couldn't tell which one we prepared and which one our food stylist prepared. You vote at home.
I couldn't tell the difference. I thought I was in Honolulu. Now over to Florence and our special guest.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Bruce. Aren't they wonderful?
Oh, boy, I'm not sure.
Ah,
Sure they are.
I'm crazy
They are
about 'em.
wonderful.
I know that, well, you're a Beatles fan. You love all kinds of music, don't you?
Yeah, I've been very much into country music. I think one of the guys who's put a lot of country music into pop music is James Taylor. And I've been listening to him for 20 years, and I had the good fortune of seeing him in concert out on the West Coast at the amphitheater. And man, he's singing better than ever.
Yeah, he gets better with age, doesn't he? Well, shall we try to do one of James Taylor's songs?
This is one of his first songs. I think this was his first hit, and it's a song called Fire and Rain.
Okay, here we go, Tim.
Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone. Suzanne, the plans they made put an end to you. I walked out this morning and I wrote down this song. Just can't remember who to send it to. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus? You got to help me make a stand. You just got to see me through another day. My body's aching and my time is at hand. Just can't make it any other way. Well, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Yes, I always thought that I'd see you again.
Thank you, Tom. That was great. Thank you. You folks come back. We're going to taste Tom's steak chili, all right?
I've been drinking the same tea all my life, and you come marching in here with your Tetley tea and tell me I'm going to like it better because it's clear and smooth, because it's got those tiny little tea leaves, because it's a special blend. Well, honey, that don't mean I'm going to like it any better. Oh. Well, even if I do like it better, don't mean I'm going to run right out and buy it. Well, even if I do run out and buy it, don't mean I'm going to serve it.
Tetley tea. Bet you're gonna like it better.
Nothing's better than American cooking. And America's cooking with Wesson.
Let's eat. Don't miss Aunt Betty's chicken.
So crispy.
Great.
Juicy, too. Really good.
Wow, homemade fries.
I can't imagine what she does to make these things so light.
Save room for pie.
You ought to visit us more often, Charlie. Oh, what a meal.
America's cooking with all-natural Wesson. Vegetable, corn, and sunflower oils. With every bite, you know you're frying right.
Great burger. It's a manwich. It's a burger with onions, tomatoes, peppers, the works. It's a manwich with onions, tomatoes, peppers, the works.
A manwich is a burger with the works inside. Your fresh ground beef and manwich sauce, brimming with tomatoes, onions, peppers, the works, all simmered together.
It's a burger. It's a manwich. A burger.
Manwich, the burger with the works inside.
It's a burger. It's a manwich.
I've got a feeling today's the day. Wanna get going in a different way. The perfect vacation from orange juice is Dole. The perfect vacation from orange juice is Dole.
Only Dole blends fresh-cut pineapple taste with other luscious fruits into 4 unique juices: pineapple orange, pineapple grapefruit, pine orange banana, and pure pineapple.
The perfect vacation from orange juice is Dole.
Well, now comes the moment moment of truth. I mean, look at this. Is that beautiful? Steak chili. I can't wait to taste
Well,
this.
see, if your budget doesn't allow, you can just use hamburger too. But I mean, you like it?
Ah, this is great. What do you think?
You bet.
I don't know if you dare try to taste the boys' trifle. Actually, their desserts are
the trifle?
delicious.
We got to try it.
Yeah. Tom, I know that you have directed a lot. Do you like that? Do you like?
I have newfound respect for those boys.
Oh, do you?
At least they can cook.
Yeah, they can.
Where are they anyway?
Oh, it'll go to their heads. Do you plan to do a lot more directing?
Well, what it looks like, if we do get picked up with a new series, then I'd probably direct a couple episodes in the next years.
Is it hard to appear in something that you're directing?
Well, with a series situation, it's a little different because your character is already pretty well formed by the time you get into directing. So you kind of have somebody to keep as a safety, like an assistant director or maybe your director of photography. Just have them keep an eye on your performance while you're in there. But pretty much, I mean, a lot of directors in television, and you know as well as I do, a lot of direction is basically just blocking. It's like choreography.
Yeah, kind of like our show. Well, if you want this recipe, any of these recipes, you just write to me, Florence Henderson, care of Country Kitchen, 2806 Harperland Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37214. And this is my cookbook called A Little Cooking, A Little Talking, and a Whole Lot of Fun. It's full of stories about myself and the guests we've had right here on Country Kitchen, of course. Their recipes are in here, too, and a lot of things you just wouldn't expect. So here's how to order one if you'd like a copy, okay?
To order your copy of Florence Henderson's cookbook, send $19.95 plus $3 shipping and handling to Florence's Cookbook, 2806 Opryland Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37214. MasterCard or Visa customers call 1-800-634-5620. That's 1-800-634-5620.
All right. Well, Tom, I want to thank you very much for coming here today. You were a wonderful guest. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Good luck to all of you, too. Thanks for being with us. Bye-bye.
Created not just for the horse owner and wife, but for the millions intrigued with this beautiful animal and a world of championship competition. It's America's Horse, and it's coming up Sundays on the Nashville Network.
Country Kitchen, brought to you by Peter Pan Peanut Butter, made from the best peanuts in the world. By Hunt Spaghetti Sauce, great taste and value, soon to be America's new favorite. By 100% Wesson Vegetable Oil. By Dole Breakfast Juice, everything pure and natural. That's the nature of Dole. And by Tetley Tea, with its tiny little tea leaf taste. Bet you're gonna like it better.
Watching TNN.
Hi, we're the Forrester Sisters. If it's hot in the country, you can bet it's here on TNN.
Hi, I'm Eddie Edwards, Country Music Disc Jockey of the Year, and I'm on KJ97 in the mornings now. And of course, we give you the latest news, the weather, and the traffic reports. But I've got to tell you, we're having more fun and playing more continuous country than anybody else in town. And the only way that you can win cash, cars, and trips is to listen to KJ97. So tune in to the Eddie Edwards Show. That's me, mornings on KJ97 FM.
Cash, cars, and trips only on KJ97, San Antonio's best country.
The grand opening of San Antonio's newest Lincoln Mercury dealer, Fiesta Lincoln Mercury on Bandera Road, continues.
You are watching KLRM-TV Channel 9.
Major funding for the Woodwright Shop is provided by State Farm Insurance Companies. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Additional funding is provided by this and other public television stations.
Hello again, and welcome back to the Woodwright Shop. I'm Roy Underhill. There's nothing I like better than making things to make things, you know, like potter's wheels and looms and stuff like that. Well, I'm making some stuff for friends of mine. She does needlework, or tambour work, I guess it's called, this kind of embroidery, making an embroidery work stand. It's neat. It's, well, let me show you. I'll show you all the things we have to do to make it. It's on this little walnut base, and it's got a neat little, what do you call it, astragal molding, this little half-round astragal molding around the walnut base. They got the boxwood columns, and they hold the little pivoting arrangement there, and that's adjustable by a screw. And I'm going to show you how we can turn the columns and make the internal and external thread for the little set screw there. It's very, very easy, much simpler than you think. And that allows you to set this at any height. And then we got the hoops up here, and we're going to have to see how to make the hoops, too. You can see how the hoops are riveted to this little piece of walnut, and that's what holds the needlework. So an adjustable needlework stand, that's what we're going to see how to make and all the stuff you go through to do that. Now, where'd this come from? This is a French design. I've got it here, one of the plates from the French encyclopedia. Actually, I think this is from Roubaud's L'Art de Menuisier, a cabinet maker's book. I'm not sure. It might be Diderot, but nevertheless, you can see the same design here. There's the little set screw in the wing, and I'm not doing these little boxes, but you can see you could easily do them, and this little bobbin holder right there, and that would make it just fine. So that's where it comes from. It's from a French design. We're going to even use some French tools to make it. But let's start out. I want to take it apart and do that little astragal molding on the base. So take this out, and you can see how the bottom is connected with these little tenons here. See, they're just turned parts of it, and they fit into little 1-inch holes into the top. So tenons on the bottom of the boxwood. Now put this down. Let me put this down here, out of the way. I want to turn this molding. You can see the molding. Again, this is just a half round that goes all the way around. It's very, very pretty. And in fact, here's the plane that cuts that. That will sit right on top here and plane that down. Actually, I'm coming the other way, but you get the idea. An astragal is a bead set out in the middle, a venerable bead, yes, there it is, out in the middle of a field with fillets on either side. So that's what that is. Now, if you want to do this, it's very, very simple. Of course, that's easy to say once you've got the planes. Where are you going to find that plane? Well, you can find astragal planes to cut this molding in any kind of molding you want. You see these old molding planes, you can get them. And I think a lot of people do have them. The problem is they don't tune them up, and they haven't worked on them, spent the time to sharpen them and adjust them to get them to work. Let's see how fast this one works once it is adjusted. You can see I start away from me, start on the point away from me, and just start working down. And that molding is taking shape very quickly, and it's beautifully smooth. I've even got some knots in this side of the wood. And I'm working to the back, and there it is. It is done. it is done. Let me pop it out of here. See, I'm holding it with these little holding dogs or hold fasts. But you see what a pretty molding that leaves just from having that little molding plane. So very simple, even around the end grain, that cuts just fine. Astragal molding around the base. All right, base is done. We bored the holes through it. Got the molding around it. So far, so good. Now I'm going to make the hoops. All right, so let's see. I've got a hoop here. These hoops I made out of hickory, and I've got some hickory right here. I'm just used to working with hickory, so I use it in a lot of places where I think other folks would use maple, sawn out maple. And here's some hickory, very straight grain stuff, and put it aside when I get a straight grain tree like that, put it aside for uses just like this, because you can split it, as you know, into very, very strong, very straight-grained pieces of wood, and that's what we need. We've got to get a straight band of wood. See what I've done? I just started with the fro and split it right there. Now I'm going to start working this fro. Actually, I'm going to put my fingers in there and just work it down by hand and just split. Let's see how that splits following down there. I've got to pull it back and forth here to direct that split all the way down. Now, you could just saw out a piece of maple. Pushing against it, that's why everything's falling over. You could saw out a piece of maple and it might work just as well. You follow that grain. This is how I like to do it. Now, but you can't just, there we are, right down to the end. See if I can make it go full length. There we go, all right. And we'll take this piece right here. All right, so you split it down. Now I can take it and start smoothing it up, because it's got to bend evenly. That's the trick, is you have to make it exactly the same thickness, so it's the same strength all the way down its length. And the way you got to do that is to plane it. Now I can just fasten this on the bench, I hope, using a hold fast down at that end. And down here I'm just going to plane. So I've got just a little razzy plane. Whoa, I didn't get a grab here. Tap it again. Hold fast is giving me grief. I'll just sit on it. All right. And I can just smooth it down like that. Now, see, I've got the plane set real shallow, but it's working fine. You see the shavings coming out, and work it down until it's all the same thickness. And, of course, the way you do that is to keep testing it, keep bending it and feeling it and seeing if there's, that's really the test, because it may look even, but the trick is that it bends evenly. Now, got one here somewhere, yeah, that's a little farther on, all right? You can see I've got that very, very thin now. What I'm going to do, though, is use the next tool, which is a little bit hard to get. It's called well, it's just a flatbed scraper. It's just like a cabinet scraper, except it's a little bit fancier. You can see this. It's made like a plain bed, but it has a scraper blade. And this is actually the way it goes with that scraper iron inclined away from you. So, see how this works. To just shave it down. You get it smoother and smoother and smoother, and that flat bed keeps you from digging in at one point more than another. I think that's doing well. Yeah. You see what it's taking on. Very fine shavings there. So, now it's smooth. We can assume it's the right thickness. We have to join it together. Now, how are you going to join those ends? Because you've got a hoop, you've got two ends, and you've got to join them together. Well, what you got to do is feather it down very, very thin, and then glue the two laps. So that's the last thing we got to do to it is, of course, after figuring out how big a circumference you want, is just thin it down, and all you have to do is put a support under it. Real easy, real easy. And it's just going to be joined by gluing it after we're done. So do that, and then plane down that last little end of it into a real fine taper so that that's just real thin at the end. Not too thin, but just thin enough so that you can get a nice blending about 4 inches long. And it'll work just fine. It's not easy, but I wouldn't try riveting something this thin. It's just so thin that it'll pop and break. I've had a lot of bad trouble with that. Well, now we could bend it. We could bend it like this, but what I want to do is get some hot water, and that will really do it. So I've got some back here on the stove. I'm going to leave that up. And I'm just going to run hot water down it. And it's a real easy way. A little pot to keep the, set it down here, keep the water from running all over the floor. I'll just pour the hot water down it, and it should help soften it, that heat. And the water, of course, conducts the heat into it. There you go. And just pouring that down it a little bit, let that boiling hot water trickle on down the hickory. Now again, as I was saying, you could do this with maple or whatever, just so the grain is even and it's going to bend evenly. All right, I think that's all right. Put that there. And now I'm going to put it in a jig that I've got. It's very similar to one that's used in England for making what are called trugs, trug baskets. And this is it. It's a little wheel arrangement. Can take this here and slip it into a little sheet metal lock that I've got here. All right, and that'll allow this to feed right in. See that other wheel, which should be turning? Oh, all right, it will. It will turn, and this will feed around, so much for that. It will feed around that. And I think this is actually a lot more useful in thicker pieces than this one. It keeps popping out. Whoa! Right, and there we go. It's around. All right, much better on a thicker piece. You'll find this much more useful, and you can jam it like that and leave it. And then, of course, once it's set up, you can then just glue the ends. Now, another thing you can do once you make that first one, let me get one of these other ones here. I'll show you. Once you get that first one made, you know how they have to fit one inside the other the way hoops do. Well, this is another way you can do it. I'm just going to pop all this out of here. Yow! And another way that you can hold your hoops so that they will stay for you is to feed one inside the other. I think I can get this here. Sure I can. There you go. See what I'm doing? Just putting one inside of the other one. And that will, of course, have it to the right size. And you could even glue it with a clamp out there. There you are, one inside the other. And that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Just make your hoops. All right. So put the hoops away. Now that's the hoops. And we got the base. What else we need? All right, we're going to need to start doing these columns now. See how to turn them and how to do the screw, how to do that screw thread. That can be a big deal. Well, I think there's a real easy, well, it's just going back to this. When all else fails, lower your standards. There's a quick and dirty way you can do it that's just fine. I want to take this one off of here, because we got to turn boxwood columns now. And how are you going to know what shape they have to be? How are you going to know what pattern to use? Well, I just looked, of course, at the picture and saw what kind of shape this needed to have. Now, this is boxwood. Boxwood's very, very hard, beautiful wood here to work with. You're going to see how nice you can shape it up and the special characteristics it has when you work with it. I've got a big piece back here that, let's see. If you don't know boxwood, you ought to, because this is the stuff that people around fancy schmancy houses, right? They have their beautiful boxwoods out front. They always say they came over on the ship from England, and maybe they did, because boxwoods are a traditional ornamental, decorative tree out there. Very fine bark, lush green, little leaves, evergreen boxwood. And this is what it looks like, and that's a pretty big piece, and so is this. This took a while to get that big. That's probably 80 years old to get this big. And you see this one is just roughly chopped to shape, all right? And then you can see what it looks like after it's been in the lathe. Well, let's get on to the lathe. I'll show you that now. You can see what you got to get is boxwood for that, or anything white and smooth would be fine. The lathe that I've got here, this is a French lathe, and we're working on a French embroidery hoop, so we might as well use a French lathe. Let me show you how this works. This is, again, from Roubaud's Encyclopedia of Woodworking. You can see back here, there's a spring. There's an Osage orange spring, a very, very stiff one connected to the back, and it's moving only a little. But up at the top, it is connected to a rocker arm. It's connected to the short end of a lever here. And you can see the fulcrum point right here. And it comes out here to the leather strap, that goes down, that's moving a whole lot, whoa, and that goes down, and that strap wraps around the wood and goes down to the foot treadle down below, and that's the lathe. That's how it works. So this is a folding, and this whole thing just folds up, comes apart, spring pole lathe. It's a kind of lathe that a French gentleman would use to make something like this for his lady friends. So, I don't know, after using it for too long, how much energy he'd have for, anyway, let's get on to the turning now. I've got the piece in there. This is a piece of boxwood, and I'm just going to start hogging it down. I've laid it out pretty well. Let me just go through some of the turning technique they use. Just let me get myself situated here. I want to cut in a little deeper right here. You see how I'm going down, always cutting from the large diameter to the small. See, I start out here on the outside, and I've torn that up, haven't I? All right. I start out here on the outside and cut down. All right. I don't go from the bottom up. I've got to cut another little. Pattern is fluid here. It's just got fluid right there because I tore off a little fillet, and I have to cut another one. You hear that scrape going in there. But that's all right. That's okay because no one's going to see it until I give it to them. All right, so going down that valley. Now I want to come down the valley again from the other side. And if you think about it, in wood turning, you're always going from the large diameter to the small, and you're also always cutting across the grain. If you look at that, we're always going across the grain of the wood. The cutting is cross-grain action. So that's why we try and hold the gouge at a diagonal. Now, I know I can't use this piece here that I'm working on. It's got a check in it. You can probably see it, a real nasty crack in the wood. So I can't use, in fact, I'm going to change gouges. I'm going to use this one instead. A real nasty check that's not going to let me do what I want to do with it. So I don't mind just fooling around with it. But you cut down like that, and then again down to the middle. So the lathe works pretty fast. But I'm missing one of the tools that I don't know where it went. Somebody borrowed it. But I need right now, a skew chisel. You really, with this kind of lathe, you got to have a skew chisel. And it works, a skew chisel works just like a plane for woodworking. Rabbet planes are designed to cut across the grain. Well, they always have canted irons that cut to the side. Well, that's what a skew chisel does. So since mine is missing, I don't know where it is, I'm going to use this just a mortising chisel, a cabinet mortising chisel, and run it down as if it were a skew plane. You can see the difference, a skew chisel rather, but working just like a skew plane. And you can see how nice a shear that makes. I have also, you may know, I also have a treadle lathe with a flywheel on it. And I have grown to prefer this lathe over any of the treadle lathes. Let's see if I can come down this. Golly, I don't believe I'm doing this. You didn't see that. I prefer this lathe over the flywheel lathes because there are no bearings in this one. The wood is turning between two dead centers here. In other words, there's nothing, there we go. There's nothing on this that's turning that where bearings can have slop in it. It's just between two conical points. Therefore, there's no play in this work at all. There's no play because of the bearings chattering around. So it's actually very, very precise. Well, I've got kind of a smooth surface on here, but boxwood is one of those neat woods that can take an incredible polish so that you don't need any kind of finish on it. And one of the ways you can get that polish is using this really neat stuff. This is called, this is a reed. It's called horsetail. This is horsetail or equisetum. It's a very, very ancient plant, and it has silica in its cells. Let me see if you can hear it. You can hear it. It's just very, very, very fine, and it will polish metal. You can take a penny, and it'll be bright as anything in no time. So this equisetum is a wonderful abrasive. And if you look in the French turning books, I wish I'd brought it, but they show pictures of a handful of equisetum, or scouring rush, as it was sometimes called, and used for polishing. Now, I hope I can see this. I'm just going to hold this equisetum, this horsetail reed, and it just grows out in the wild on the wood, and let it polish it up. And you're thinking, well, you know, how fast is he going? You want polishing for this. Well, every time my foot goes down, you can count how many times I'm putting my foot down a minute and divide that, let's see, by, multiply that by 3 times, because every time I put my foot down, that wood is spinning 3 revolutions. So if I put my foot down 100 times a minute, this is going 300 RPM. But it's going back and forth 300 times, so it's actually going 600 RPM. So it's going very fast. Whoa, I'm caught in the machine, look out. Well, I think you can see it. There's a very brilliant polish taking up on the work here. I don't know if you can, but it is polishing up beautifully. Of course, I want to do the turning a lot smoother, but boxwood without any kind of finish on it just looks beautiful. Now, there's one last thing I got to do here to this piece to get it. You can see how I've got a little shoulder here. See how there's a sharp shoulder? Well, that should go right there, right there. Now, how am I going to do that? Do I want to do that with a gouge? No. I want to do that with a kind of scraper that I made, and this is nice to get in here because it's the kind of wood-turning tool that you can make yourself, just like you'd make the lathe. All this is a file that I have ground and sharpened and put a hook on it, and it's actually one that you let scrape away. It's a scraper. A lot of people use bad technique in wood turning, and they are scraping. Well, this is something that's supposed to scrape, and you can see how it will do a shoulder for us real quick, right there. You see how I've got it? My handle is up. My handle is up so that get my foot back out. There we go. And it's really scraping like a cabinet scraper and making a very, very sharp shoulder right there. And I need another one right here. All right, so you can make very, very easy work, and I can do the tenon as well, just using the scraper to bring it to that final precision and get a sharp right angle up inside there. I think I can do it. Yeah, sure I can. Okay. So now I've got all that done. I've got to do the rest of the shaping. Let me take it on back over here because I want you to see, and we'll take it back over here and set it up so it's ready for tapping. Then we'll come back and make the tap because there's 1 or 2 more things you have to do to this before you can do those internal threads. One of them is, of course, you've got to bore the hole to tap. And let's see, I'm not going to do it because it's going to take too long because the kind of auger that I use is a spoon bit, and it just takes a long time to go through boxwood. It's a really neat auger, but you can see it's not like the one you normally use. But that's also how I got this slot through here. You can see the slot that the angle piece is going to move in. Did that by, let's see, is that right? Yeah, you can see how I did it, of course. The obvious thing, just bored a hole through there with that auger and then sawed down on either side to make the slot. Then, of course, I got the pivot hole, and then I need the tap hole. What I'm going to do is just tap the one that's the pivot hole instead, because I've got to make that, and it's going to take just a few minutes to do it. All right, now, wood threading tools. You want to thread wood. Normally, what you do is buy something like this. You get a tap and die, what's sometimes called a screw box and tap. So here's the screw box. You can see it has the threads in it, and there's a cutter up inside there, and that cuts the external threads on a piece of wood to make the wooden bolt, right? All right? And here's the internal tap. This cuts the inside threads in the hole. Now, these are made by people who do nothing but make them. Well, what are you going to do? You don't want to go through a whole lot of grief to do this. Well, easy way to do it. I'll just go through it real fast. You need a square piece of metal, a little bit bigger than the hole that you want to do. Just any kind of stock. And here I've got it, and you can see the tap that I made. This, yeah, all right. This is it right here. I have another one here. And I want to make sure I got the right one that I'm working on. What you do is to lay it out, the same old trick's just been used for zillions of years here, is to wrap a piece of paper the same width as the pitch that you want to have cut into. Let me slide that up a little bit. You wrap that around it just like a barber pole. It doesn't want to slide up. Well, I'll just do that much. All right. Wrap that all the way around and glue it down real good. Old trick. Just like a barber pole, all the way down so that the edges are just touching. All right. I'm going to hold that there. Now I get a triangular file and take that file and nick in nick in right at the juncture of each little strip of paper where it joins its neighbor. Okay, so we've described a spiral. Now, see that I'm already out of the area that I'm not working. Kind of messing this up, but you get the idea. What you do is just wrap that paper around a square piece of stock and then go around all four sides, excuse me, and nick in. And that paper, of course, just being laid up against itself, has to describe a spiral, the pitch of width, which is equal to the width that you want on, there. How wide you want your threads to be. All right, now I can go down the rest of the way. I've got the markings there, so I can just file down in. And it's just taking a triangular file and working down into it. All right, and you turn it and you do the next one, or however you want to do it. But work your way along, cutting those, whatever, they're just the indentations in, all right? Then you want to flatten the sides real well. Go down the sides and flatten them and start tapering down so that you get this end down here smaller. You want that smaller than this end up here. So you can just make it in a little bit now. This is what's going to cut the internal thread. Now, how about that external thread? What you going to do? Well, just turn a piece, and here I've got it. I've turned out a piece of wood that's just the right diameter, and take it and put your file in it, start on it, you see I've already started, and just start working it around. You can compare it to the tap that you've made and work the file around as you turn this slowly, and you will get the screw to go inside there. So that's how you make your internal and your external threads. So let me see if I can get this together real fast. Have I got everything here? Sure I do. All right. So you can take that, and if you don't want to make those, listen, you could always just take these and drill a bunch of holes right, let's see if I can turn this around. Whoa! Drill a hole right here and a bunch of holes in the swinging part and put a lock peg through to make that work. So there you are. That's the timbre work for embroidery, or brodure, if you want to look it up in the encyclopedia, the 18th century French encyclopedia. Well, listen, it's been a pleasure having you with me. I sure do enjoy it, and I thank you. Hope to see you again. This is Roy Underhill in the Woodwright Shop. So long.
Major funding for the Woodwright Shop is provided by State Farm Insurance Companies. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Additional funding is provided by this and other public television stations. Roy Underhill is the author of the Woodwright's Companion and the Woodwright's Workbook, published by the University of North Carolina Press and available at bookstores and libraries nationwide.
Next on Austin City Limits, Louise Mandrell.
Well, I want to say yes, but I got to say no. I'm torn between which way to go.
Doctor's orders. And Mel McDaniel.
Doctor's orders. That's what my doctor said.
Coming up next. Beneath the waters of the Philippines lies the Great Coral Reef. It is here where a spectacular and beautiful assortment of sea life can be found. But beauty can add
country
flank.
than anybody else in town. So listen to KJ97 and tune in to the Eddie Edwards Show. That's me. Mornings on KJ97 FM.
Eddie Edwards in the morning, only on KJ97, San Antonio's best country.
Like magic.
magic.
Like magic?
Like magic. One lucky winner could collect $50,000 cash with a Wingo game card in this Sunday's Express News.
50,000?
We're talking big ones. Wow. Then there's Larry Speak's sizzling White House tell-all, Speaking Out.
In Sunday Magazine, the swing time show kids of the 60s. Where are they now?
You know it wouldn't be a Sunday without the Express News. You know it wouldn't be a Sunday.
We'll put stars in your future on TNN.
Living our dreams out on the highway, loving every mile. RV traveling's the best way to see the country in style. We could drive up to the mountains, breathe some free mountain air, or taking some sunshine down on the coastline. Our destination can be anywhere. Riding on that blue horizon, don't the skies all look clear? Hope you're wishing you could come along, 'cause we wish you were here. Wish you were here. Wish you were here. Wish you were here. Wish you were
Ain't that something? Early American F Troop. Yes, sir. As you were, as you is. Remember Grenada? Honey, here we are in America's oldest city, St. Augustine, Florida. Can you believe that right here on this spot, we're standing on more than 400 years of American history?
That's right, Pat. It was in April of 1513 that Ponce de Leon sighted land in the present locality of St. Augustine and named it La Florida.
La Florida?
Which means land of the flowers in Spanish.
That's where the name Florida came
That's
from?
right.
You know so much. You amaze me. Then, in 1565, Spanish Captain General Pedro Menendez de Aviles
Listen to that.
established the very first permanent settlement in the U.S. territory right here at St. Augustine. And this is where the colonial and religious history of our country actually began. Take a look behind us. That's the Castillo de San Marcos, the fort built by the Spanish to defend the city against outside attacks. Come on with us. Let's look in there.
Despegues a su lugar.
Entren la en el cañón. El atacador a su lugar. ¡Fuego! ¡Fuego! ¡Fuego!
And so we go out with a bang. But there's lots more fuego to come. We'll be right back.
They say that seeing is believing. When it comes to an Allegro motorhome, what you can't see is as important as what you can. Like the aluminum frame, built on vertical centers set 12 inches apart for extra strength. No other manufacturer spaces them this close together. And with Allegro, what you can see is beautiful. Best of all, you can see your way clear to an Allegro because it's affordable. See it for yourself at your nearest Allegro dealer.
Something new is in the air at Pizza Hut, introducing hand-tossed traditional pizza. A pizza that's taking off with a crust that's perfect, not too thick, not too thin. And reaching new heights with a special blend of mozzarella, cheddar, and Monterey Jack cheeses. New hand-tossed traditional pizza, landing in a neighborhood near you. Go ahead, test flight a bite today.
Pizza Hut, making it great.
Got a different kind of face. Hold
No matter how different you are, Pearl has a frame to fit your style. And now you can save $25 and more on a complete pair of glasses from designers such as Halston, Carrera, Christian Dior, and more.
I got a different kind of style.
Just write your own coupon or look for our coupon in TV Guide or Reader's Digest.
You know, there's nothing like a winner. That's why I'm driving this, the Advanced Big Ford Pickup. America's best-selling pickup for 11 straight years. And I got more for my money with this special model. It cost me over $800 less than a comparably equipped Chevy. And I really go for Ford's advanced features, like multi-port fuel-injected engines and anti-lock rear brakes. Yeah, Ford. If you don't go with a proven winner, what are you going with?
Now get a $500 cash bonus from Ford on manual transmission F-Series pickups.
Quick, think of the place that gives you a low price guarantee that says they'll meet or beat any price you find. You got it.
Well, here we are back in St. Augustine.
Where the sun is shining on us, this La Florida sun. And we're right here in the courtyard of the Castillo de San Marcos, the original fort built to protect St. Augustine. And with us is a guy that knows a lot about it, Park Ranger Ray Morris. Ray, if these gray walls could talk, they could tell us some interesting things, huh?
Well, there's over 315 years of history that's contained within the walls of the Castillo. It was actually the last and final fort that would be built here by the Spanish to defend this area from British and French attack in the 18th.
So that's when this was actually Spanish territory, and they built this incredible installation, huh?
Yes, sir. It was begun in 1672. It would take 23 years to construct.
A cost-plus job, I guess.
With the labor of a lot of Indians and some other workmen, including slaves of the Spanish territory.
Mm-hmm. And these walls are amazing construction, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They run about 14 to 16, and some points about 18 feet in thickness. They taper up about 30 feet to 9 feet at the top.
And what are they made of?
They're made out of coquina, and coquina is a rather unusual rock. It's quite literally a shell rock. It was quarried across the bay over on Anastasia Island. It's a form of limestone that actually turned out to be an ideal substance.
Got a lot of seashells in it?
It's got millions of seashells in it.
And you said that when they made the blocks and put them out to dry, that it got as hard as cement.
Yes, it got as hard as cement, but the important part of this coquina is when a cannonball would hit it, it would literally be swallowed up. Instead of breaking it into little pieces, which cannonballs were designed to do with these forts, this fort just literally swallowed the cannonballs.
That must have been a real depressing thing to the cannoneers or whatever you call them out there in the ships or wherever the cannons were, and they'd score a direct hit on the fort. Hey, we'll knock that wall down. What happened? The ball went right into the wall, huh?
Well, in 1702, the British would besiege the Castillo and St. Augustine for 50 days. In fact, they took control of the entire town of St. Augustine, and all of the townspeople, about 1,100 people, were kept right in this very courtyard.
Can you imagine? That's a lot of... St. Augustine is such a scenic place to visit. The famous Bridge of Lions connects the city with Anastasia Island and St. Augustine Beach. And a drive along the streets gives you a fascinating look at the magnificent old buildings and the spectacular architecture of the past.
Was fascinating, honey.
Hey, Pat, Shirley.
Hey, Al.
How's the tour going?
Really good. We just came from the fort, and we saw a lot of history, walked around in it, and we're just getting ready to look at the old town.
All right.
Can we go along with you folks?
Fantastic. How about going with us in our van conversion?
Where's Mary Grace?
She's just coming around the corner, I believe.
Hi.
What are you doing back there? Can we ride with you folks?
By all means,
In this
get in.
beautiful
Okay.
converted van? You're driving. Uh-oh. Seatbelts. One of the most interesting places to visit is St. Augustine's oldest house. Originally built of coquina stone by Spanish settlers, the house dates back to the early 1600s.
And there are many beautiful churches throughout the old historic area.
Flagler College is a classic representation of Spanish Renaissance revival architecture.
And at Leitner Museum, there are priceless collections of early European and American treasures.
This particular gate was constructed in 1805, but before that, this walkway that we're on here was the only entrance into the town. And there was a drawbridge here that was raised every night to keep unwanted people from coming in during the night.
Every night?
Every single night. It was an unfriendly place after dark in St. Augustine. The wall itself extended from the old Castillo de San Marcos over to the rear here, all the way back to the San Sebastian River.
How far was that?
It's about a half a mile back to the San Sebastian River, and everything north of this point was orange groves and crops and fields, but in the evening, all the people came back inside the old town to spend the night.
And after that drawbridge went up, you just didn't wander into town?
No, you stayed outside until the next day. That's
and this gate, we're looking right down a street that was the main street of St. Augustine. Is that right?
It certainly was for several hundred years.
Right here, Bill, you know, when Shirley and I got married, she thought she was marrying a school teacher because that's what I planned to be.
I sure did.
Am I at my roots? Is this a schoolhouse?
Actually, it is. It's the oldest wooden schoolhouse in the United States and also the oldest wooden building still in St. Augustine, built prior to 1763. And the last graduating class graduated here in 1864.
Wow, the oldest wooden schoolhouse in America.
As far as we know.
What is this chain that's all the way around the building?
Well, some say that chain was added to keep this old building from blowing away in the rare occasion of a hurricane along our coast.
Oh.
Very rare occasion, rarely.
That's right.
The chains weren't to keep the students in then, huh?
Well, that might have served that purpose, too.
Hey, let's keep moseying on. There's so much to see.
Oh, yeah. Surely an interesting thing about St. Augustine's history is that the Spanish occupied the town twice during its long history. And during that first period, they all built their houses in this area, and they were usually just 1 story high, built of stone.
Oh, really?
And then during the time that the British were here, from 1763 until 1783, they added these second floors and all the glass windows that you see.
You're kidding. So the Spanish didn't have glass?
No, they didn't. They used a shutter arrangement called a rejas, which was a shutter that would open and close and had a wooden structure that you could see through so that they could actually close their houses up tight in bad weather.
Really?
That's right.
Hi, honey.
I got my ice cream.
Oh, he's just telling me about how the Spanish didn't have glass and how they made windows. You want to go on and see the rest
I
of
do.
it?
You know, this ice cream is great. It comes from cows that have been drinking from the fountain of youth. Bill, can you just tell me where the name St. Augustine comes from?
Well, St. Augustine's founder, Pedro Menendez de Aviles, when he came ashore on St. Augustine's Day in 1565, he named the city in honor of that saint. And that's how it got started.
So he landed on St. Augustine's Day.
400 and something years ago.
Huh. Oh, it's just magnificent.
It is just great.
At Volkswagen, our engineers believe car and driver should not merely act, but interact. To them, a Volkswagen isn't a vehicle for the driver, but rather an extension of the driver. Our engineers believe the most important moving part of a Volkswagen is the one behind the wheel. German engineering, the Volkswagen way.
Hi, I'm Fess Parker, and this is a private RV resort high in the Northwest. And this is one in the Arizona desert. And this is the toll-free number you can call to find out how, when you purchase membership in one of these luxurious, secure resorts, you can then enjoy guest hookups at more than 500 of them, and most for only $1 a day. From east to west, from sunny south to breathtaking northwest. When you call the toll-free number on your screen, we'll send you this free brochure. It tells you all about private RV resort membership and the coast-to-coast guest visit privileges you can enjoy while you're a member of the resort of your choice. We'll also send you the names of participating resorts near you so you can visit and get this free coast-to-coast road atlas. So call now, because 500 of the finest RV resorts in America are waiting for you.
Yamaha introduces the all-new Zuma sports scooter, the tough-built scooter that dares to go where no other scooter can. Take it out of town or cruise all around. See your Yamaha Riva scooter dealer and check out the new Zuma. It's time to conquer new ground.
Get ready for the summer of your life. Yamaha!
free sunglasses when you ask about the new Zuma at your Yamaha Riva dealer.
Quick, think of the place whose credit card has no annual fee and no interest for 30 days. You got it.
A stay in the St. Augustine area just isn't complete without a visit to Marineland, which is about 18 miles south of the city along a gorgeous stretch of beach.
Put it in your mouth.
And of course, Pat had to get into the act by feeding the dolphins himself. Watch this.
You gotta come get it if I'm gonna hold this thing in my mouth. Well, we've just seen this marvelous show, and I dropped backstage to meet the star of the show, Pebbles. Pebbles, it's just wonderful meeting you, and I've got to be one of your biggest fans. Do you mind? I didn't have any flowers. Would you like a raw fish? Yes, she would like a raw
Prefers
fish.
the raw fish, yeah.
I'm here with Bill Upson, director of shows here at Marineland. And Bill, I am fascinated, as we all are, with what can happen when human beings and nature get together. I'm still astonished, though, that you can train. I started to see a fish. She's not really a fish, is she?
No, she's a mammal. She's warm-blooded, air-breathing, just like you and I.
A dolphin.
A dolphin.
And that funny little sound, that's... Yeah, hello, hello, she makes with the air hole,
Exactly,
right?
all the sounds come out of the air hole.
But there's a language, isn't there?
We communicate without language. These dolphins are so wired to people that you can teach them to do things just by showing them what to do. Communication is a very simple thing with these animals, really.
What a great time we had at Marineland. Then it was off to more adventure at the St. Augustine Alligator Farm.
As I say, this is the business end of an alligator. He's got 80 cone-shaped teeth. They're always sharp, they're always there. If he knocks one out, chips it, or sheds it, which they do periodically, he's got another one coming in right behind it. They can have up to 3,000 teeth in a lifetime.
The alligator farm was first established in 1893, and it's been fascinating visitors ever since.
It offers a great learning experience for youngsters and grown-ups alike. Provides a rare opportunity to observe alligators in their own natural habitat. Oh, boy, didn't we have a great morning. Driving down the beach. Hello, fellas. Those are ugly-looking oysters. Really bad. Nothing pretty about an oyster till you eat it. Our visit to Marineland, man, I actually fed that dolphin with a raw fish right out of my mouth, and it taste lingers still. The beautiful St. Augustine sunshine. We're right here at Ocean Grove Camp Resort, right off Route A1A, just 6 miles south of town, and the beach, hundreds of miles of it right over there. We decided to stay here at Ocean Grove because, well, there's so much to do here. A swimming pool, lots of activities, a complete RV parts and service facility right here on the property. This afternoon, we're going to have an authentic Florida crab boil and oyster roast. Yep. And Shirley's over here with the beautiful Janet Graney, who wrote a very popular RV cookbook called Cooking on the Go. They're preparing all the auxiliary stuff, but, of course, it remains for me and 2 or 3 other expert chefs to prepare our entree. The crabs and the oysters await, and you may join us. Okay, girls, don't mess up now.
Okay.
Janet, tell me, how in the world did you come up with such great ideas?
Well, what we all love about the RV lifestyle, I think, is days like this when we can get outdoors,
out of the galley, outside, and when we're outside, we want to make things a little bit easier on ourselves. Let's get out of washing dishes. Okay. Let's cook some macaroni salad. We'll start with a boilable bag or a roasting bag, punch it full of holes with an ice pick, and we're going to cook the macaroni in a self-draining bag, just like this. This is the macaroni for our macaroni salad, and we'll put it in some boiling water. Of course, we want hard-boiled eggs, but we don't want to have to peel them, so let's cook them already broken in another cooking bag, any roasting bag, not a plastic bag. And we'll just drop that right into the boiling water. And you see, when we pick that out, the macaroni is going to drain by itself when it's done, and the eggs will hard boil. We'll just peel off the bag and chop them, and we're all set.
We've also got some blue crabs. We've had them on the fire. We had this big pot of blue crabs here, and we've already got them steamed up. They've got some nice Chesapeake Bay seasoning on them, which is a mixture.
You did borrow a little something from Chesapeake Bay.
Oh, yeah.
What in the world is that goop you're pouring those crabs on?
Well, this is just a little seaweed over here. We're using that.
Do you eat that?
No, we'll leave the seaweed for the...
Because I was in Japan, and they served me seaweed very proudly. No, you know.
We haven't learned
but you don't eat that.
seaweed in St. Augustine yet. I don't know, maybe Ed's had some seaweed.
No, I haven't. Now, of course, the Florida oyster gourmet knows I'm not doing an impersonation of Michael Jackson. I'm wearing this because so often the shells are hot, and you got to do a little prying to get in here. But when I do, watch what happens. Brian, hey, Brian, you want one more well done Pat Boone cooked oyster, roasted oyster? Let me see. What do you think?
Good.
Good. Yeah. Hey, look at the crabs. You're being attacked by a wild crab over there. So watch it.
What's macaroni?
Macaroni. Yes.
This is that.
You and Janet were.
Yeah, made in a bag and no dirty dishes.
Oh, let me try this. Yay. Tell you what, it's not a pretty sight what we're doing here. Destroying all these oysters and crabs. We're going to go to Jim and Donna. Look in the mailbag. When you come back, we'll have all this mess cleaned up, okay? Jim, Donna, wish you were here.
This comes from Henderson, Minnesota, from Chris and Dale Tiggs. With just one more year to go before retirement, my wife and I have started planning our full-time life on the road in the RV. We realize that this takes careful planning. That's why we're asking you to provide us with some advice on RVs suitable for our year-round home and means of moving from place to place.
You know, one of the keys to successful full-timing is being able to live year-round in your RV while performing daily tasks easily. Let's examine some options. A travel trailer like this $16,000 29-footer is considered particularly desirable by many who spend long stretches in one location. The appeal, of course, is flexibility. You can unhitch the trailer, hook it up, make it cozy and comfortable inside and out, and leave it that way. And then you've got your towing vehicle for sightseeing or errands. Now, snowbirds, that's people who gravitate to the warm south during the colder months and then travel north for the summer, particularly enjoy this flexibility. This spacious unit sleeps 6 and features a full kitchen and a tub shower combination. Numerous oak cabinets in the living, dining, kitchen, and sleeping areas offer an impressive amount of storage space.
If you'll be traveling most of the time anyway, you may prefer a conventional motorhome that combines driving and living quarters. You can tow a small car to use when you leave the campsite. This 27-footer with basement storage area could provide the space you'll need to travel year-round. Plus, there's sleeping room for 4, a roomy, convenient galley, and a convenient bathroom with a full vanity sink. All of this for about $47,000.
And one more tip for you as you prepare for your full-timing venture. Check into camping clubs. The Good Sam RV Owners Club, for instance, offers mail forwarding, traveler's checks, travel message services, and emergency road services.
And if you'd like to send us your comments, questions, or ideas for the show, or if you need any information on our sponsors or the products, write to...
Wish You Were Here, Post Office Box 777, Nashville, Tennessee, 37202.
Hey, folks at Ocean Grove, is this a good way to spend an evening? Well, now we're going to sing our camp song. You folks, you stay with us. We'll be right back in just a moment. Ocean Grove is here to stay. All right, sing it. Ocean Grove is here to stay. skies above. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. Very bad.
I'm ready for a great vacation, Dad.
Don't worry. Make your vacation worry-free with Holiday Ramblers Alumilite with welded aluminum superstructure.
Great vacation, Dad.
Told you not to worry. Alumilite has fuel-efficient aerodynamics, and you don't worry about rust, durability, or water leaking.
Great vacation, Dad.
Alumilite travel trailers, fifth wheels, and motorhomes. Call this number for the Holiday Rambler dealer nearest you.
Mom and Dad bought this table the year I was born. Look at it. Beautiful. And all Mom did was dust every week with Pledge. And now Endust says watch out for buildup? After 28 years? Come on. Pledge is self-cleaning for a fresh shine every time you dust. Compare that to Endust, which just evaporates, leaving wood looking as dry and defenseless as before. A Pledge shine protects and cares for wood.
Pledge, a fresh shine every time.
For 28 years and counting.
Poison ivy, ooh.
Today's copper top battery, so completely improved, it'll last up to 30% longer than the one we made just 3 years ago. Today's Duracell lasts 30% longer.
Trailer Life, the super RV magazine, delivered to your door at 60% off the cover price. Just $11.95 for 1 full year of Trailer Life. Call 1-800-772-7272 for this special TV offer. 1-800-772-7272 for 12 big issues of Trailer Life, filled with great features, RV travel tips, technical advice, and a whole lot more. If you like RVs, you'll love Trailer Life, the magazine. It's the greatest, and your first issue is free.
Quick, think of the place where they do everything so well that they offer you a 100% satisfaction guarantee on every RV product in the store. You got it.
This has really been a great adventure in St. Augustine. It's a homecoming for me because I was born just up the road. And, of course, for history buffs, it's an incredible visit to the past. It's like a time capsule. And for everybody, it's really exciting to know that this very area is where so many of our country's traditions have their roots.
That's right. And there are so many other things to see and to do as well. All kinds of sports. There's golf and tennis and fishing and boating.
Hey, and don't forget the paddle tennis. Can you hold this for me just a second?
Okay. And we've really been enjoying the fresh fish of the area, not to mention all those delicious crabs and oysters at the campground. But right now, let's head on down the beach again, honey, and finish our bike ride. Pat, what are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing? And we do wish you were here. We really do, don't we, honey?
Oh, we sure do. This is wonderful.
It is snowbird heaven. And you can be here. Just jump in the old RV and come on down. Be sure you bring your bikes, because they're lots of fun. I'll race you to Daytona.
You haven't got a chance.
Oh, whoa, hang on. Hang on, I'll catch you.
Divided attention. Unfortunately, most of us become so involved in scheduling activities, driving carpools, and in meeting their other needs that we neglect to simply pay attention and play with our children. But for the best possible behavior from your child, give her lots of good eye contact and make some of your time available to do what she wants to do. If you have several children, each will want his or her special time with you. While there's no simple answer to the question of how much time each child needs, be certain your child will benefit from whatever pleased individual attention that you can give.
You are watching KLRM TV Channel 9.
Madeline Cooks is made possible by Telecom Plus International, the largest independent business telecommunications company in the United States. Telecom Plus, because intelligent communications begin with intelligent people.
Welcome to Madeleine Cooks. I'm Madeleine Cameron. Today, I would like to talk to you about steaks and potatoes. Whenever we think about steak, we think it's a very expensive thing since we all go out to dinner and eat a steak in a restaurant most of the time, and God knows how many steakhouses we have from one end of the country to the other. So it does represent a large amount of our diet. It need not be expensive, as I'm going to try to show you. I have here on my table a number of cuts of steaks, and I'm going to go through them one after the other. And to illustrate the affair, I'm going to use my own body. Just look at me. The two that you have here are part of the true eye of the round. The true eye of the round is located down, way down into my posterior, like that, right? This is excellent for people who are on low-calorie diets, on low-cholesterol diet, absolutely no fat in it, as you can see. However, texture-wise, it's a little bit crunchy. You can pan fry it, you can grill it, you can barbecue it, whatever you want. The next one that you see here, and see this one has fat, this one has no fat. It has been altogether trimmed, is a little bit higher, and represents here the sirloin butt. So right above my posterior, right there where my hand is that piece of meat. This is also very lean, although not quite as lean as the other. Excellent in taste, good pan fryer, good griller, anything that you want with it, and very good for your diet. Now, we come to the luxury cuts. Now, you're going to see that when you talk luxury cut, you talk very rich meat and very expensive meat. First piece that is very expensive, the sirloin strip. You can see it here. It would be located on my body right there, just between the butt and the first ribs. This is the upper part of the sirloin strip, and if you look at that second piece of meat here, which I will call a T-bone because it makes a T here, you will see that I can put that piece of sirloin strip here and obtain half of it. The other half is a little piece of the tenderloin. Now, I have here another piece of so-called T-bone. It would look like a T-bone, except that it is not, because you can observe that the tenderloin here is much larger than it is there. So this is a porterhouse steak. A porterhouse steak is from the top rather than to the bottom of the loin. And then comes here the tenderloin. The tenderloin is a very long tapered piece of meat, and I'm going to show you a whole one later in this show. And this piece, for example, would be lower toward the tail, and this one toward the head. But if I were to remove it here, see, it fits exactly there into the porterhouse steak. And it's located way deep into your internal cavity there. You can feel it from outside. You can feel the sirloin strip here, but you cannot feel the tenderloin. It's right inside. Next piece above is located between the loin and your shoulder, which starts here, and it is the rib. Now, the rib is another choice piece, probably the fattest of all. We have excellent meat there. That's a great choice, which is beautiful, not too fat. It has a large band of fat that you see here. This one being a great choice has not a very large band of fat. This is called the Spencer roll here, or the eye of the rib, and this is the top of the rib. You can recognize it always by that big band of fat there. Now, this is a chippy, okay, really, compared to the center part of the table. This is a cheap one that's located way up here into my shoulder. We cut the shoulder in a square cut in America, and in the center of what we call the chuck or the shoulder, I located these little steaks known as blade or chicken steak. These are budget steaks, but for budget, what taste? So I'm going to cook a few for you and bring them back to the fore so you can prepare them. Meanwhile, here are my potatoes. These potatoes are of diverse types. These are Bakers. This is a New California, and this is a russet from Idaho. I have here also a Maine potato or Eastern Shore potato. That's either a baker or a fryer. And I have here a red potato. That's a boiler. Now, we're going to cook those blade steak because they are really the most interesting. I will trim one here for you to show you what happens if you don't trim it. I'll tell you, this is horrible because everything just buckles in the pan. Everything goes in all directions. And it's essential that you do quite a trimming job before you do it. Look at me removing every single membrane. Cut as short as you can to the meat to lose as little as you can. And then you have that centerpiece there, that tendon, which is really, I don't know whether it's a tendon or whatever it is, medically speaking, but I'm cutting little pieces of it with my little paring knife so that when it goes into the pan, it doesn't go like that, huh? There. Now I'm going to start cooking those steaks in a very, very hot pan. I have heated my pan before. I tell you, this is just infernal around here. It's hot as can be, huh? So listen to it. It's going to make quite a bit of noise. There we go. All right? So make sure that it doesn't stick to the pan. Huh? Make sure that it is fluid. Keep it shaking like this. Sear it well on one side. Very, very well seared. Notice no salt on the side where I seared it. Meanwhile, I'm going to heat my pan for my potatoes. Now, wait until it's well seared. Huh? Once it's well seared, turn it over. And do the same on the other side. There we go. Now, what we do next is salt and pepper. And the salt is going to draw the juices to the surface. You're going to see the juices come and bead on the surface. Okay? There we are. We'll wait and put a little bit of pepper also. We'll wait until we see this come to the surface. There we are. I'm going to slightly turn the heat down. Make sure that my steaks are well fluid again in the pan. Huh? Meanwhile, this is going to cook while I show you what to do with the potato. Well, very simple. This is a main potato. Peel, you dice it. That's all you have to do. Dice it in small dices like this. This is a very, very simple meal for home use. These are home fries in essence. Pommes de terre sauté, as we call them in French. Absolutely nothing extraordinary, nothing fancy, but something very, very nice and very tasty to eat. Now, you can start seeing again on the surface here, you can see the blood beading, okay? I'm continuing to cook it until the blood comes. Meanwhile, here are my potatoes that I have diced, and they go into this, and again you hear that whoosh from the hot fat. Huh? Now, this is not exactly a local dish today. Huh? Nothing like that. This is really something very special. Essential is that the potatoes, you see, they stuck a little bit there. That means the potato was a little wet, huh? And it stuck to the bottom of the pan. We don't want this to happen. Those that I have done before, so that they be ready for you, you can see them here. Those are nice and dry, and they haven't been sticking at all. Look at the blood beading. See, this is still a very rare steak. Look at me going in it with my finger and measuring it. So I'm going to turn it over. Very, very rare it is. And turn it on the other side. Now look at that crust. Now this is fantastic crust. A little bit more salt here. Huh? And now since my juices are all inside, I have no way to know whether my steak is done except with my finger. This is all I use. My finger all the time to make sure that I know. Although I can see here, if you would look here, you could see that I have juices beading. Now that means that my steak is done rare, very, very rare. Now my potatoes are not in such great shape. Huh? They're sticking to the pan like mad. That means my pan was probably not hot enough. Or maybe it's a new pan. Huh? New pans do this all the time. But that's okay. It's a wonderful pan. Now, these are, look at the blood. Now you can see it. Let me force it with my finger. You see, this is a rare steak. Now what I'm going to do is put that rare steak to wait here on that little board where I will later cut it, and you'll see how I do this. And I'm going to cover it with the plate that I'm going to use for decorating to keep it warm, okay? Just to keep it warm. And meanwhile, I'm going to build a tiny little sauce. Look at this. It's really nothing very fancy, that sauce. A little bit of butter in it. Uh-oh, not that much. We're not that buttery these days. Just a tiny bit of butter. And in this, I'm going to put those scallions that you see here, just to give them a wee bit of color. Huh? Just a wee bit of color. I could use shallots, you know, if I wanted to be expensive, but why should I use shallots? Well, scallions are available. This is an inexpensive steak for every day, so let's not use shallots. Then, now that the shallots are mellow, I'm going to add a little bit of wine. Look at me, I'm disappearing in the fog again. Okay? That has one advantage. It removes the alcohol completely, absolutely completely from the steak. So, and it gives you something that reduces extremely quickly. There we go. This is all you need. You don't need more than that. This is something that you're going to put on your steak and enjoy. And then goes in there, oh, let's be a little fancy. After all, a little bit of clove and a little bit of that wonderful cinnamon that I have here to give it a good taste. And I'm going to melt the butter in this to make an extremely short sauce. Very, very nice. And you should smell that. It smells absolutely wonderful. Meanwhile, my potatoes have finally done what I wanted them to do, which is to brown. See? Now, here we go. Let me show you something. I'm going to cut this and decorate our little plate for you. You're going to see what has happened. What has happened is that the steaks probably have lost a little bit of juices. What did I tell you? See? The juices are right there, so guess where I put them? It's essential that my juices look so good be not lost. Look at my short but delicious sauce. I'm going to taste it. I'm going to put a little bit more of salt, a little bit more of pepper, and I'm going to decorate you a plate for everyday steak, which could be a feast for everyone and anyone. Here we go. Let me make some space so I can see you. I lost my potato. How's that? Huh? Okay. Now, look how I cut the steak. Do you remember these things? Huh? I had these two very big pieces of material there in the center. In order to avoid having them on the plate, I'm cutting my steak like this with a wonderful slicer. Now, if you don't have a slicer, you can use your chef's knife, until I meet against this piece, which is not very good tasting and is slightly crunchy. And I start again on the other side, and you can see a steak that's nice and medium rare there. Quite delicious. Now, those of you that don't want the sauce, you stop right then and there. You eat your steak like that. Now, see, I stop. Usually, I used to give this to Whiskey, my dog. And now I have another dog, so her name is Leah. So I give it to Leah, my dog. Okay, she loves it. That's a little treat. Okay, there we go. See? Now, correct your angle. There we go. Now, we have enough for a plate there, and I'm going to decorate this. Look at this. We'll put the steak right up here. Actually, I have 1.5 steak on a plate. This is a little too much, don't you think? But, you know, a boy in the vicinity of 20 years old will eat you this on the double and without difficulty. So let's continue this. There we go. There. Here's your little steak. In the center will go a little bit of my sauce, which is here. Okay? With all the shallots in the middle. Now, if the boy likes it without shallots, you give it to him without shallots. That's fine. Okay? The potatoes will come on either side of the lovely vegetables that I have here that you can see, which are little broccoli and little tomatoes. There we go. And my potatoes right here on each side. Okay? So let them go like this on each side. You can hear how crisp they are. At the end of the cooking, they go extremely crisp and extremely delicious. Now, that's a large portion of potato. I put a portion of potatoes for 2 on a plate for 1 there. It's not exactly orthodox, but, you know, you can take care of this at home. A little more broccoli, maybe, because broccoli is so good for you. You know, my children cook according to the Enchanted Broccoli Forest, which I think is one of the most delightful little books that you can find. They just love it, and they think that's great cooking. I think they're right. Here we go. There we are. Okay, clean up the plate. And here's our little everyday steak. Not too bad for an everyday meal. Everybody could make a feast and enjoy that. Have a good time. Have a nice dinner. Now, look at me beaming at the piece of meat that I have on the board. This is a whole tenderloin. This is the head, this is the center part, and here is what we call the tail. The head and the center part you can use to make a nice big roast beef by tying it and roasting it. The tail you will make smaller steak out of. And look at me cut the 2 center parts here known as Chateaubriand in French. Actually, they shouldn't be called Chateaubriand. because they were invented by Montmirail, who was the cook of Chateaubriand. So look at me also flattening this so that I can make it feasible for these pieces of meat, which are really very fat, to cook in a frying pan. There we are. Now, another style. The potatoes that we did before and that we diced, I'm going to change them this time. I have removed a piece of my potato there, and this is what I'm looking for. And this is how you do this. You cut your potato, and then you make 7 faces. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I cheated, huh? Just a bit. So here's the style of potatoes you have, and these potatoes will be cooked exactly like the others. Now, basically, what we do in France is to make a wonderful béarnaise to go on top of this. So I have here all the elements. You can see my steaks cooking right now. They're finishing to cook. They have been seared, and they've been cooking for a little while. And what I want to make sure is that they cook to the center. So what you do for this, you push on them. You can hear the little noise that they make when they're cooking. You push on them very, very hard, since this is the last 2 or 3 minutes of their cooking. They take a general 20 minutes to do this. And I'm covering them with the lid to push the heat through the center. Meanwhile, here is the elements of a red wine béarnaise. Most of the time, béarnaise are made with white wine. This one is made with red wine. Same amount as you would of white wine, which is approximately 2/3 of a cup, a tablespoon of vinegar, 2 large shallots nicely chopped, and some very coarsely cracked black pepper known as mignonette, a good pinch of salt, and here some fresh herbs such as tarragon, chervil, which is here, and also the parsley, which is there with a bit of chives that you can see because it's mixed in the middle. This is what a little shallot looks like. By now, everybody knows what a shallot looks like. Same taste almost as the scallion, but much more pronounced, much more refined, and of course costing over $3 a pound, where the scallion costs nothing. So you do reduce this together nicely until you obtain this little mixture that is here, and which is extremely, extremely reduced, very, very strongly reduced. As you can see, there's almost nothing left in there, in this, and I have this nice and warm, and I'm going to use the heat of the pan to fluff up the egg yolks, which will make up the béarnaise. Look at this, I'm right off the heat, and the only heat I'm going to use here is absolutely and essentially that of the pan accumulated in the pan. Here goes my egg yolks, and as soon as I do this, I start whisking. Whisk, 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 until I get a nice and fluffy texture. Look at the movement of my hands, like this, huh? Flipping, flipping, flipping all over the place. Now, I'm not going to finish this one, obviously, you know, since I cheat all the time because of time necessity on television. I have one that's ready here to accept the egg yolks, and I want you to see the difference between the two. Take a look at the texture at the beginning, and look at the texture at the end. The only difference is that here I had 2 egg yolks, and here I have 4. It's easier to see the volume. So what I'm going to do now is add the butter to that béarnaise sauce, and simply finish it by putting the butter into it. Look at me add the butter. Now, what's going to happen then, which is mighty essential, is that the more butter I add, you can see this, which is made into an emulsion. That means I'm suspending the butter into the egg yolk. The very much more thickness I'm going to have into the sauce. Now, since this is modern days, and I don't intend to make a béarnaise that's a great big kaplank piece of béarnaise that will roll off the steak, as they used to do in the old days, I'm going to lighten the béarnaise, maybe with a little bit of salted water, like this, here. But principally, since my meat is cooked, you're going to see me deglaze the pan here. Since my meat is cooked, I'm going to bring it to a board and show you exactly what I'm doing. There we are. That meat is ready to cut. Huh? I'm going to deglaze that pan with the hot water. Throw this on real high heat right now. Now, which one is it? This one. There. And I'm going to scrape this very, very well so as to be able to add the juices of the meat to the béarnaise, which will tie the taste of the meat to the taste of the béarnaise. There is nothing worse than having to absolutely not have the taste of a meat tied to a béarnaise. It tastes acid, and you have absolutely no taste of meat in it. So this is the way to lighten it. Look at all these beautiful meat juices. You don't even need stock to do this. the meat juices of the fillet of beef are amply sufficient. Now, what I'm going to do, my last step, will be to strain that sauce into a clean pot. You'll see me do this here. The pot is cold. I can put it on a very slow burner. In there will go all the fresh herbs that I have, that are left over. I'm going to strain my sauce over it with a rubber spatula. There we go. And on top of this, I'm going to also strain the meat juices that were in my pan, making sure that they are not too hot, so I don't go and separate my béarnaise instead of making it light and fluffy. There we are. All you have to do is this, and you'll see how it lightens considerably. If it is not as light as you would like it when you're finished, the only thing you have to do, very simply, is to add to it a little bit of salted water, or if you have it, a little bit of beef stock, homemade, or even a little bit of chicken stock. Push, push, push on these shallots so that you get an enormous extraction of all the juices in the shallot. Make sure that you don't take any with you, and scrape this, and here you are. Your béarnaise is completely finished and terminated. Stir in your herbs into it, and your plate is ready to go to your dinner table. Now let me do that plate for you. So here we have the element of the plate. My dear friends who helped me have done for me some peppers that have been peeled, and hopefully I will be able to show you this another day, how to peel the peppers and cut them. And here's my usual little donkey, and let me show you how the meat is to be cut. When you cut the meat, cut it in small slices like this across. See, there we go. Here's a nice piece of beef, nice and medium rare. Now, if you want it a little less rare than that, make sure that you do this. You see, there is enough for 2 persons on each piece of meat, and you fan your meat right there at the middle of the plate. There we are. You see, there is no need for you to go to a fancy restaurant and pay a lot of money for this. You can do it yourself at home. Huh? Then you're going to put a little bit of the sauce across that. I have a nice sauce spoon here that will allow me to do this, with your herbs very visible in it. Don't put it way across the top of the meat. Just at the center here is amply enough. Nowadays, you know, we put as little sauces as possible and as loose and fine as possible. Since we have in this herbs that are of the licorice style, I have a nice big bouquet of the chervil that you see in there. This is a wonderful herb, the chervil. You should try to investigate, and maybe let's evocate a bit of tarragon there. Let's not complicate matters too much. Huh? That's fine like this. Now, I'm going to put some of my potatoes there. Here's another one of my spoons, right in the center. Okay? And on the side, we're going to put the little peppers. Pile up your potatoes. Huh? Pile up your potatoes. Now, I'll tell you what. Dinner parties are like this. You always need to have somebody to help you plate things. So gather the help of son, daughter, husband, friends, whoever it is that is willing to help you. And don't mind me using the tip of my fingers. This is something that's liable to happen. Huh? You are liable to have to use the tip of your fingers to get there. If you don't feel like you want to plate a single plate for each person, you can use a nice big platter, which is also very good. Now, this, as far as I'm concerned, was an extremely nice and very important lesson for you, because learning how to use a lean piece of meat that is not expensive and a very expensive one at the same time, and realizing especially that the techniques are just the same. When you pan fry, you just sear on both sides and wait for the blood. When you pan roast, as I've been doing it now, you saw me at the end of the pan frying, throw the heat to the center by pushing with my lid on it and getting this meat, which is really perfectly medium rare. Now, if you want it a little rarer, just keep it this way. Now, I really had a good time with you. Thank you so much. I will see you in another session. And please write to me if you have a suggestion on steaks or if you have questions on steak. I'll be happy to answer you.
Madeline Cooks was made possible by Telecom Plus International, designing and installing business phone systems through more than 80 local offices nationwide. Telecom Plus, because intelligent communications begin with intelligent people. Madeline Cooks is also a book. This 200-page hardcover book contains the recipes seen on the show, plus over 100 more, 24 full-color photographs, and Madeline's own step-by-step techniques, all for $17.95, plus $1.50 shipping and handling. To get your copy, call toll-free, 1-800-228-2323. You can charge on either Visa or MasterCard. Call now or send your check to Madeline Cooks, P.O. Box 34003, Omaha, Nebraska, 68134.
The case anymore. In our time, we buy catfish that has been grown on a farm, and it's become very upper yuppie food, and it's wonderful. Though it goes back very early in American history. We've been eating it for a long, long time, but in the old days, you know, it was the slaves that ate catfish because it was free. In our time, nothing's free, but catfish is lower in fat than even chicken. So it's become a very in kind of food. There are hundreds of different kinds of catfish in the world, but the kind that we deal with seem to have wonderful flavor and much better than anything else. They're called catfish, of course. Look at it. Look at the whiskers, you see? They're called catfish because of these strange-looking whiskers they have. And there's no relationship to the kitty cat. No, don't kid me. It's not at all. But the 26 varieties that grow in America are wonderful fish. And those that are being farmed now lack that old aquarium tank flavor. They have a much fresher flavor. You can even purchase, if you would like, a catfish ranch, and you grow your own in the waterways and the byways all over the country. Catfish is an enormous industry. $350 million a year profit on selling catfish. I'm impressed. An old product that we thought we'd never really begin to appreciate. Well, here's the old catfish. Let me show you how to clean him. We don't want to clean him, we want to skin him. First of all, you just make an incision in the skin, and then you reach, you see the skin is more like leather, and you grab it with a pair of pliers, come here you, and then you just pull on it, and it will come, if you pull in the right spot, it'll come right off. There he goes, come on, hang on here. You see the skin? Well, if you're really good at this, you can get it to come off in one piece. Guess who's not going to bother with this one? You see, it just comes right off. It just comes All right, so buy yours already skinned. Much easier to buy from the fishmonger, already cleaned up. And that's how I buy mine. But I did want you to see one whole catfish. Now, what I'm going to do for you today is, first of all, make a spice blend for cooking catfish, and then we'll get started on our catfish fry. Let me check the deep fat. Yes, I've got my temperature going. Whoops, that's going to be too hot. There we are. It's very important that when you fry, you know I don't fry a lot of deep stuff. You know, I don't even believe in deep-fried food, but it seems to me if we're going to talk about Americana, a deep-fried catfish is a very American dish. And of course, we're serving it with hush puppies. Now, first of all, the seasonings that we want to prepare are very, very easy. This is a dish, a blend of seasonings that is very close to what they use at bookbinders in Philadelphia. Not exactly the same, but close. 1½ tablespoons of celery seed. I'm going to make my own celery salt. And I'm just going to put that right in the old food blender. This is a small size, so it'll work well. And I want 1½ tablespoons of salt. And then I want to add to that a couple teaspoons, hope you're getting all of this, 2 teaspoons of cayenne pepper. Yes, this is going to be hot stuff, literally. 2 teaspoons of cayenne pepper. And to that we will add 1/2 tablespoon, here it is, of English mustard. I like Coleman's. You can use anything you want. 1/2 tablespoon of dry English mustard. Coleman's, for me, is just the very best. And then I want 1/2 tablespoon of thyme, my favorite. Where is the old thyme? Here he is. You can't do southern cooking without thyme. Okay, 1/2 tablespoon of thyme. There we are. 1½ tablespoons of paprika. This will all be in a book for you sooner or later, so don't become upset if you don't get it right now. 1 teaspoon of black pepper, and I'm grinding mine from scratch, of course, in preparation for catfish fry. And 1/2 teaspoon of ginger, and this is dry ginger, you see. 1/2 teaspoon of ginger, a couple of bay leaves, and then the thing that I do not do is to add a teaspoon or so of MSG. I don't really think you need that in your food. I'm convinced we're eating too many chemicals already, so a couple of bay leaves. These are awfully little. I'm putting in some frequent. Then we'll just grind that all up and be ready to start frying the catfish. I'll just let that go for a second here while I clean up my mess. You can use a smaller size food processor for blending leafy things, but you can't grind pepper in one. For that, you have to have a little bitty coffee grinder or a good pepper mill. That's enough. All right, we have a marvelous blend now for our catfish, and this is what we do. It's very simple to prepare catfish. First of all, you want, let's see here, we want a half a cup of flour into a dredging dish, half a cup, and then 1.5 cups of cornmeal. That makes a good blend for our mixture. 1.5 cups of cornmeal, and then we're going to put in some, there we go. Then we're going to put in some of our spice, our seasoned fish mixture. Oh, this is good stuff. There we are. I'll just throw in a bit. What am I putting in? I'm putting in a half tablespoon. I'm guessing at that, but we're close. We'll mix that up, and we're ready now to go to the fat pot. Let me check the temperature here. And we're fine, all right? We're ready now to go to the fat pot with our fish. So let's get the fish, and into the kettle we go. Then we'll have to make some hush puppies. Then we'll have to get some beer. Then we'll have to call the neighbors. Here's the catfish all ready to go. You can see that what I've done is to, whoops, I'm sorry, Anya, hang on with me. What you've done is to purchase catfish already skinned, you see? So all I have to do is cut it into big frying-sized pieces. There we go. That piece will work. I don't want this gill part. I'll just put that back and we'll continue with another piece here. There we go. Put in nice, good-sized pieces so we can have a nice platter of catfish and hush puppies. I don't know. Oh, do you know how well, I'll tell you about that story later on. We better get this in the kettle. I want to tell you how the story hush puppy came around, because I found out, at least I think I know. All right, we will dredge the fish in a bit of milk and then immediately into the cornmeal, flour, and seasoned spice mixture. Mix that all up and we'll throw them in the hot fat. I'm going to put in about 5 pieces here to start with. I'll make one good platter for you. Oh, Mrs. Rainey is such a sweetheart. Haven't seen her for years. She's still in Covington, Georgia. Her son is a highly respected clergyman and counselor, all that sort of thing. We're all in school together. And she made a peach cobbler. Oh, we're talking Georgia. All right, into the kettle it goes. Now, my fat is at 375. And, of course, I'm using peanut oil. You didn't have to hear that again, did you? Because you know that I don't want you deep frying with oils that are not going to take the heat. You have to be careful with that. Oh, I think I have them all in there. Isn't that great? All right. Now, while they're cooking, watch my temperature here. I think we're fine. While they're cooking, we're going to make some hush puppies. Move things around, make sure everything's falling apart. This will just take a moment. Just want to bring them to golden brown right away. I'll prepare a plate so that, with a paper towel on it, so that when we remove them from the fat, they're not going to be all drippy with fat. You see, the paper towel will absorb the fat, of course. Cornmeal all over the place. There's no way to do this without getting cornmeal and peanut oil and all sorts of things all over your kitchen. So just resign yourself to that fact and have a good time with it. Some more fish here, which we can get rid of. Excuse me, there it is. And now the hush puppy. The hush puppy? Okay, here we go. One hush puppy recipe coming up. Hush puppies were called hush puppies because in the old days, they tell me that this is the case. I don't know. In the old days, a fellow would be cooking his dinner. Generally, it would be a slave, you see, making food like this. And the frying pan would be hot with oil. And the dogs, who were also hungry, would be running around the fire, waiting for food to come about. And the owner of the house would say, "Hush, puppy." And do you believe that? Well, that's what they told me. So here we are with hush puppies. 1 cup of cornmeal. 1 cup of flour. To that, we're going to add some baking powder. You want about 2 teaspoons of baking powder. There we are. And you want to add a little bit of salt and some black pepper. About a teaspoon of salt will be plenty. Whoops, we must stop at this point and remove the fat. Remove the fish from the fat. The fat's fine. The fish is in trouble. There we are. Look at that. Golden brown. Jeffrey, how do you do it? I can hear him yelling in Georgia. I just hear you yelling in Georgia. He shouldn't have put that herb mixture in there. Just plain cayenne peppers, all my grandma used to do. I know that, sir, I know that. However, I think it's really very good this way. So I'll fix up a platter for you in just a minute as soon as we finish our hush puppies, and we'll get ready for dinner. All right, I have the salt in the pan along with the baking powder, the cornmeal, and the flour. Now I need a little pepper. There we go. Now mix all of that up. You must blend your dry ingredients first. You know that. You know that. And then we'll add some... These are onion hush puppies. There's a fellow in New Orleans by the name of Howard Mitchum. If you ever find his cookbooks, please be very comfortable with purchasing them. He's a wonderful, wonderful man, a fine artist and an incredible cook. All right, to that, I want to add a handful of chopped white onion, chopped fine, and six chopped green onions. Almost lost an egg there. Is that about 6? I think so. Okay, now, we're going to blend 1 egg, beat it up with a fork. Hush puppies. Isn't this a kick? I've only made these a couple of times, and now I'm hooked on them. But, you know, I don't want you to feed them to your family too often because they really are loaded with a lot of oil that sticks to them. And we want to add 3/4 of a cup of buttermilk. So I have 1 egg and 3/4 cup of buttermilk in my glass. And that goes into the bowl, and we're set. That's the whole dish. Where's my mixing spoon? Here it is. Hush puppies are ready. I'll just throw 1 in the fat. I'm not going to have time to cook all of these because I have other things I want you to see. But you see, mix this up to a nice, it's going to be very stiff dough, very stiff batter, I should say. There we go. Okay, enough is enough. Now into the fat. I like to let mine sit for a few minutes before you throw them into the fat kettle. It'll give the baking powder a chance to make a little bit of gas in them, you see. Here we go. We'll just put in about 3 or 4 of these, and then I'll fix up a plate for you. Oop, that's too big. Make them smaller than, make them about the size of a walnut, I think. Big, awfully big walnut, isn't it? There we go. And remember, the fat stays at about 375. Much hotter than that, and the outside of the dumpling, and that's what this is a deep-fried dumpling, the outside of the dumpling is going to cook before the inside is ready. That's no fair. We don't want to do that. Okay, now let's go, let's set up a plate of catfish and hush puppies, and I don't have a quart of beer, but that really should be an absolute prerequisite. All right, excuse me here. Here we go. We want to put some... This is an awfully big plate for somebody, but we'll have a good time with it. I don't know if you could eat all of that or not. The catfish goes on one side, and then a pile of hush puppies. I've already cooked these, obviously. And yes, this is from the same recipe I've just told you about. There. First one today, catfish and hush puppies. Hush puppies. I hope that's true. I like the story. There they are. That's a wonderful, wonderful meal. Basic, down-home, country, terribly American kind of cooking. In times of destitution, now bring us to times of appreciation of foods that we really thought were limited to people who were in desperate straits. That's no longer the case. All right, let's, you know, you go into New York City and find the most wonderful dishes of catfish at all the fancy yuppie, upper yuppie bars, and they're kind of fun to taste them. I'll show you some of them. Some of the things that are in. You see how these are gorgeous. I let them darken a little bit because I'm busy gossiping with you. I always do that. All right, we'll just shut that down and get on with it here. For instance, let's see, which one do I want to show you first? Grilled catfish is just delicious, and all you do, let me see, I can just put this right here, I think. Grilled catfish is very, very easy to make, and all you do is simply marinate the catfish in a little olive oil and some melted butter, a little bit of lemon juice, and some salt and pepper. Do that with just about any fish. And then you pan fry it very quickly. I don't want you to overcook this, please. And you'll find out, that's delicious eating. Or, I've got one, I hope I can find it. Yes, it's right here. Here it is. Here's a poached catfish. And this is wonderful stuff. We simply poach this in a bit of seasoned fish broth, or you can use chicken broth. I threw in a little bit of dill, and I think my cook put in a shot of wine vinegar to hold it together. A little bit of wine vinegar in a poaching solution will keep things from falling apart. Did you know that? It'll really work. That's delicious. Let me get a sprinkle of parsley for that. That looks a little bland, doesn't it, huh? Somebody wrote me a letter the other day and said, why do you always use parsley for decorating foods? Why don't you try something else? Well, because I always have it on hand, that's why. You should too. All right, now it's time to get into the big time stuff. Let me get rid of the fat, and we're going to do blackened catfish. Now, don't laugh at me, because you know that I have trouble with the idea that people are blackening everything. I see no point in it. That is to say, blackened scallops and blackened oysters, that's a horrible thing to do. And the poor redfish, you know, we've now put the redfish on the endangered species list. So we've got to be careful with this sort of thing. But this is still a good dish. Let me show you how to make it. It's very, very simple. Let's see, here it is. I think that when Mr. Paul Prudhomme thought this one up, that he was simply amazed that it became so incredibly popular, and everyone got in on the act. Some guy in Seattle tried to sell blackened salmon the other day. Shut him down. Seattle would not do such a thing. But catfish is very versatile. It's kind of like the shmoo in Little Abner. Do you remember that? It's like the shmoo in Abner. So that means that we can flavor it in all sorts of ways, and it accepts it. And this one, it works very well with blackening. So here we go. For blackened catfish, we want to put into we want to mix up spices first. Who's got the paprika? Well, let's see. What did I do with it? Here it is. I want 2 tablespoons of paprika. 1, 2. I want 2.5 tablespoons of salt. Now, please remember that this is a very salty, hot dish. And you keep this stuff and use it over and over again. I'm using onion powder. No, you've never seen me use onion powder. But you can't put, a teaspoon, please, teaspoon of onion powder. You can't put fresh onion in this dish because it's got to be powder so that it'll hit this pan. So the pan's getting very, very hot. I want 1.5 teaspoons of garlic powder. And are you ready for this one? 1.5 teaspoons of cayenne. Wow! That's murder. If you want to cut down on that, you go right ahead. And about 2 teaspoons of lemon pepper. Now, I just bought this at the old market. 2 teaspoons of lemon pepper. There we go. And remember I told you earlier that thyme is an absolute necessity in Southern cooking. So we're going to add 1 teaspoon of thyme and 1.5 teaspoons of basil, which I do not see. We got any basil? I bet it's over here. Track down the old basil. Come here, you rascal. There we are. 1.5 teaspoons of basil. There. Now stir that up, and you have the official, well, one of the official blends. This is not Paul Prudhomme's recipe, though he's very kind at giving out the formulas for all of his blackening salts. You can find them in any of his cookbooks. Okay, I think my pan's... You've got to heat the old black frying pan until it just tries to get off the stove. When it starts to try and move off the stove and plead for mercy, you know the pan's hot. In the meantime, melt a stick of butter. I'm going to cut some fillets first. Let me get some fillets out here for us. Okay, this will do. Here we go. Isn't fish a kick? It's just wonderful stuff. And you should eat more of it, please. It's very good for you, and it's a wonderful thing to serve your children. And if you can flavor things, now this may not be a kid's dish. It's a little hot, I admit that. But my point is that if you flavor fish properly, children are going to enjoy it. I believe that's true. People tell me that, oh, my kids won't eat fish, you see. I don't think that's true. You haven't really tried. You haven't really tried. Okay, maybe you have tried and you're still in trouble, huh? I'm going to mix up my spices. Into the dish they go. Now, this is going to make a lot of smoke, so you will remember that if you're going to do this in your own kitchen, you have to do it in a very well-ventilated place. So we put the melted butter on the fillets, and then we'll dip them into this incredible peppering mixture, coat them on both sides, and then into the frying pan they go. And this is the name of the game. You see what I'm talking about here? You don't do that. You don't do that in a normal kitchen unless you have a good fan going. I'm just going to cook a couple of slices. I think that'll be plenty here. Okay, one more. Smells heavenly, sets off the burglar alarms, shuts down the whole building, makes you call the landlord, but it's very good. The idea here is that you're putting a crust of burned, dried herbs and spices on the outside of the fish. There, I think I'm ready to turn that. It just takes a minute. Just no time at all. Well, not quite, but I will do this. And remember, I've told you before, please don't. Wow, that, I feel like an old smoked bacon side. Don't ever put your head over a hot pan. You're going to have things spit in your face. You're going to burn your hair. And you don't want to do any of those things. All right, you see how it's blackening? Now, you don't want to burn it. That's not the point. We want to seal it up. I'm going to turn off my pan here before we call the Chicago Fire Department. We've got an awfully good fire department in this city, and I'm assuming they're parked right outside the door on their way. They're waiting for lunch. All right. I would let that sit a bit longer, but I think I'm going to take it out. It doesn't take long. These are not done, but I want to talk with you about other dishes. You understand the principle? There we are. There we go. Isn't that a kick? Blackened catfish. That's a wonderful idea. And I'm choking to death in the smoke. So bring it over to the corner. What else do I have? Oh, this one is terrific. Now, give me a break, because you're going to say, really? Yes. I have a dish somewhere around here of creamed catfish. Oops, it's down here. Here it is. Creamed catfish. I've simply poached it in a little bit of fish broth and cream with a little bit of tomato paste or sauce, a little bit of paprika, some normal seasonings for you. And then I added an additional bit of cream. Let me close this up and find a, here we go, find a pad so I can open this up for you. Then took the fish out of the kettle after it poached for about 8 to 10 minutes. It doesn't take long on catfish. And then I reduced the sauce so it was a little bit thick. And you have a wonderful, look at that. Isn't that gorgeous stuff? Oh, I want to put that on some pasta right now. Let's do it. Where is a plate of pasta? Here we are. Here we go. If we were to, where's my ladle? There we go. If you were to continue there we are, continue to thicken the sauce. It's very easy, you see. You simply just, there. Oh, come on. There we are. You simply just continue to reduce the sauce, and reduce means to cook down the juices. I'm going to serve this over pasta, if it will cooperate, but I certainly need some more sauce. Doesn't that look good? Oh, it's a terrific dish. And you can season this one, you see, in any way that you like. For members of your family who like it a little bit hot, you put in more cayenne pepper or some Tabasco, you see. And if you like it a little bit mild, why, just forget about that. You'll be all right. Now, let's see. We'll put that one over here. Now, I think I have enough time to show you a couple more. I have a grilled, let's see. Oh, I've got them all over the place. I have a grilled fish. This one's a simple thing to do. Not grilled. I showed you the grilled one. This one is broiled, and it's hot. I've melted butter in the bottom of a pan, and you're going to say, butter? Smith, you're supposed to be helping me cut down on fat. I know, but there's very little fat in catfish, and the bones come out easily. In the old days, when you would eat catfish, they were really bony. But now the farming that's going on is so creative that the fish is very, very meaty, but very, very low in fat. Remember that now, even less than chicken. So you're getting a good buy on your dollar. I'm looking for a place to put this, and certainly getting a lot of good flavor. And the bones are not hard to remove anymore. So here it is. This, oops, one more. Got to get one more pad. Things are very hot. I don't want to burn this up. There, I hope you can see this. Okay. Here's a broiled, there it is. There's a broiled catfish. A little flour on it, you see. Broiled it with a little flour on top and a buttered kind of glaze. Wonderful stuff. Now, if I wanted to make a shrimp sauce for that, I have some sauteed vegetables, mushrooms, onions, and celery, and all I would have to do is to cook this down with a little cream, perhaps a shot of brandy. I just want to have time today. That's all right. And cook this down and then add some shrimp. Let me show you. Here we go. Add some cooked shrimp. There we are. And we might as well take a stab at it, huh? And a little bit of cream, which I don't even see. Well, that's all right. add a little bit of cream, cook that down, and then put that over our grilled catfish. Broiled catfish. Too many catfishes. Well, anyhow, let's look back at what we do have. The point of the thing today is simple. Catfish is low in fat, it's not terribly expensive, and it's wonderful, wonderful eating. Much better than it ever used to be in our culture. I made a poached catfish for you today. I made catfish and hush puppies. We made a grilled catfish, just grilled in a frying pan, and I had a lovely blackened catfish. And we will salute Paul Prudhomme for that whole concept. And finally, a catfish cooked in cream sauce, grilled catfish, and catfish over noodles with the cream sauce. Next time, you go to an upper yuppie restaurant and you see catfish, $14 a plate. Remember that in the old days, we were talking peasant food. We were talking food that was eaten by people who really had very little else. The hush puppy and catfish binge was circled with a bit of wild vegetables that you'd find, and that was your whole meal. So enjoy catfish. It's ours. It's American. This is the Frugal Gourmet. I'm glad we could cook. Until I see you again, I bid you peace.
Frugal Gourmet is made possible by a grant from this station and other public television stations. Jeff Smith's exciting collection of classic American cooking is available to you now in his new book, The Frugal Gourmet Cooks American. Call 1-800-541-4100 to charge your copy or to order by mail. This special selection of over 350 easy-to-prepare recipes is available for only $19.95. Just call 1-800-541-4100 today to charge or mail order and enjoy the best cooking in America today.
The Frugal Gourmet is brought to you by the members of KLRN and your neighbors at H-E-B, proudly supporting the Frugal Gourmet and serving San Antonio with 35 convenient locations for your culinary needs.
You're not for Dole or for booze?
No,
or for...
no, this is for shampoo and hair conditioner.
Meet Vladimir Danayev, the only Soviet television reporter covering Campaign 88.
Are you for IBM treaty, by the way? You know?
I'm for it if you'll comply with it.
We will comply. Favorite candidate, Gorbachev. Who is voting for Bragg? For Bragg.
See Campaign 88 from the Soviet side of the camera. Dear Comrades, a Channel 3 Moscow special.
Wednesday at 9:30.
This week on Mystery, Simon's deadly secret.
You know how he died, don't you?
Now that would be telling. We seem to have discovered a mutual interest in each other's silence.
Patrick Ashby didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Josephine Tey's Brat Farrar on Mystery.
Thursday at 9 p.m.
Next on Austin City Limits, Louise Mandrell.
Well, I want to say yes, but I got to say no. I'm turning between which way to go.
Doctor's orders. And Mel McDaniel.
Doctor's orders. That's what my doctor said.
Friday at 11 p.m. You are watching KLRN TV Channel 9. The following program contains language which may be considered objectionable to some audiences. Viewer and parental discretion is advised.
Once upon a time, in these waters, William Bligh was cast adrift by Fletcher Crichton. Now, 200 years later, Captain Bly's direct descendant sets out to recreate his ancestors' great feat of navigation. But history has a way of repeating itself.
It was just as if Grandfather Bly was saying, you're not going to get it any easier than I have.
This week, a story of stubbornness and determination. Captain Bly and the Child of Bounty.
Adventure is made possible by this station and other public television stations nationwide, and by a grant from BASF. In one industry after another, from aerospace to biotechnology, we're creating new worlds by seeing in new ways. BASF, the spirit of innovation.
It was early.
So Lendl can really tee off on it if he wants to. And he tried it.
40-30.
He fooled him that time with a much deeper second serve.
Felgate actually hits his second serve almost as hard as his first. He puts a little bit more spin on it.
Oh, yes. Great disguise on the forehand lob. That's one of Lendl's best shots. You really can't tell till the last minute that he's going to hit the lob. Actually, it was a little bit short, wasn't it, Billy? I thought maybe he could have gotten that ball.
Even if you just can't tell till last moment, so you're off balance to make that move back.
First serve. Tries the slice return, it goes long. That top spin lob was the shot that Lendl pulled on Cash in the semifinals at the U.S. Open to get out of big trouble, match point. It's a beautiful shot. You hear the automatic beeper on the service line. Good deep second serve, and so David Felgate hangs tough out here on court number 1. It is 5-3. Yvonne Lendl leading with a 2-set-to-love advantage. Not a bad match. They've been at it for an hour and 20 minutes. So Felgate now with his back to the wall. Lendl serving for the match. Lendl still with that high toss. Don't think he throws the ball quite so high as he used to as he holds up new balls. Billy, they used to use that old-fashioned white ball here at Wimbledon for many years. Good reflexes there by Lendl. He got caught with a good backhand return, just hit it right into his body. Felgate showed a lot of good backhand returns even though he's down.
Backhand is definitely stronger than his forehand. His point of contact's way out in front.
Nice. Good solid return up the line.
You see Lendl trying to get to net, even on a second serve off his, and it's interesting to try that on the second serve, because he basically doesn't even try it on the first serve. But I think he feels he has such a big lead, this is the time to practice. He's not happy with the serve. just said great serve, sarcastically.
Just drops over.
30-15.
And on a grass court, Billy, that's sudden death, isn't it? Because the ball virtually stops.
That bounces about 1 inch off the grass.
Wendell 2 points away now from a first-round victory, 30-15. Wendell uses those big sweatlets a lot, not just for the hand, but to towel off. Just over the baseline. And so Yvonne Lendl, the #1 seed, has arrived at match point out here on court #1. Lendl, one of the all-time string straighteners. He straightens those strings more than anybody. There it is, clean ace. And so Yvonne Lendl moves into the second round. Straight set victories, 6-4, 6-1, and 6-3 out on court #1. Lendl, the #1 seed, with a fairly easy win out here, just over an hour and 20 minutes. So that's the story from court 1. Back to you, Jim.
All right, thanks very much, Barry. And the struggle of Yvonne Lendl with the fates of the world's most prestigious tennis tournament continues. Lendl, with that victory over Felgate, raises his lifetime record here at Wimbledon to 28 wins and 8 losses, twice in the finals, but of course he's never won the tournament. He now moves on to play Darren Cahill in the next round in his section of the draw. Cahill, conqueror today of Gary Muller. And right now, Arthur Ashe is standing by with the world's #1 player, Yvonne Lendl.
Yvonne, you've got one match under your belt now. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. You know, I played better than I expected today, and it's always nice. Now I play Cahill. It's going to be very hard because he knows how to play on grass, and I'm sure his confidence is on a high level after beating Cash at Queens.
Do you think you're doing anything differently this year than in the past to get ready for Wimbledon? You publicly say you're not that crazy by grass, but you're trying very hard. You're very methodical with your preparation. Anything different this year that you didn't do in past years?
Well, I do about all I can to get ready for the tournament, but we didn't do anything differently than last year. We stayed over here and practiced as much as we could, and we played a couple matches on grass as preparation, but I was going to do that last year too, except I got sick.
You've often said that the Grand Slam is very important. And of course, Mats Wilander has 2 legs on this year's Grand Slam. Is that still something that you are really striving for, would like to see yourself do one day?
Oh, I think everybody would like to see themselves doing that. And, you know, if you have 2 legs under the belt, you got to go for it. You can't just sit back and say, oh, you know, it's too hard. You have to go for it. If you have 1 leg, you go for it.
Who do you think is going to win the heavyweight championship fight between Mike Tyson and Michael Spinks?
I think Tyson will.
And how many rounds?
Well, is that some kind of a pool or something?
No.
I'm not a boxing expert, so...
That's why we ask.
I would say 5.
Why?
I think he's good. I think the way he looks, he must be training all the time, and it shows, you know. For what I know or what I read, a lot of these fighters, they just come into the camp 6-7 weeks before the bout and then take half a year off again. And it seems to me that the way his body looks and the way he behaves and in the ring and the way he looks throughout the fight, that he's training all year round, or most of it at least. And I think that's very good. That's professional. And I would say if he takes the initiative and, you know, goes for it, he could tire Spinks out.
Thank you. Sounds like Yvonne Lendl on a tennis court.
I don't know.
We move you now to court 2, where Henri Leconte of France, perhaps the most creative player in the sport, is in the second set of his match with Tobias Svantesson of Sweden. Leconte, a 6-4 winner in the first set and up 4-love in set number 2.
Whoa.
30 love.
That was a very wicked backhand return of serve.
Well, Svantesson is not without talent. 6'4", 190 pounds, from Malmö, Sweden.
Oh, a fake. Tobias actually faked like he was going to hit a drop shot, drew LeConte in. After he took one step, he went by him.
Game Svantesson.
And Svantesson gets off the schneid in the second set. So it moves to 4-1 as LeConte prepares to serve. Tobias Svantesson from the same hometown as the better-known Michael Pernfors. And as you pointed out at the top of the day, Arthur, he played collegiately in the United States and won the NAIA singles and doubles championships in 1986 while playing at Flagler College.
Right, and Flagler has a very, very good tennis program. They are not Division I, but they have several Division I schools on their schedule, and they have a winning record against those schools.
Let's talk about LeConte for a moment. Of course, he's coming off having reached the finals at the French Open, and many in Paris were rooting for him against Mats Wilander in the final, but he was steamrolled by Wilander, who's been so hot early season. LeConte has done well the last few years here at Wimbledon, semifinals in '86. Quarterfinals in both '85 and '87.
Time?
Well, he is the game's premier shot maker. And it's fun to watch him play, especially on grass, because the shots he comes up with are accentuated by the speed of the grass courts, but his serve sometimes gets him into trouble.
We bring you now to court 2. Henri LeConte leading 4-1 in the second set over Tobias Svantesson of Sweden, and LeConte preparing to serve.
First service.
Second serve.
There. How's that grab you? And I think Henri was trying to think, well, what am I going to do here now? Just as Michael Jordan would give that some thought in midair.
You pointed out to me earlier, Arthur, this is a man who can hit winners from anywhere on the court in any situation.
First service.
And there are not many pure shot makers in the sport right now. John McEnroe, of course.
Love.
Gabriela Sabatini, Martina Navratilova.
I guess the question is, does he have the head, the fire, to win at Wimbledon?
I don't think so. Truthfully speaking, no. I don't think he's going to win the tournament, but he could cause a lot of damage, which is evidenced by his past record here.
One of the men who in past years has frustrated Ivan Lendl in his continued bid to win the tournament.
Love.
Well played. Backhand drop volley cross court from Henri LeConte gives him 5 games to 1.
LeConte leads by 5 games to 1.
Matched up against a Swedish player named Tobias Svantesson.
Svantesson started off like he was going to stay even with LeConte, which is usually the case in a match like this. Svantesson feels that if he's got any chance at all, he has to start very quickly, get a quick break. Could never quite come through with that break. And it's been all LeConte since the end of the first set?
Well, Henri has the reputation of being one of those players against whom you can be holding your own, and then all of a sudden, a 10-minute burst of great shot making, and you've lost 5 games in a row without even feeling it.
And indeed, LeConte has broken serve 3 times in the match so far.
Love.
Henri LeConte, almost always a threat in Grand Slam tournaments. Semifinals at Wimbledon in '86, quarterfinals in '85 and '87. Round of 16, 2 of the last 3 years at the U.S. Open.
The one thing the French, though, Jim, would love to win is the Davis Cup. They've not won the Davis Cup in, since the 20s.
All.
A little surprising to me, given the number of years during which he's been a fixture in the sport. LeConte, still not yet 25 years old. He'll be 25 on July 4. Nice birthday for a Frenchman.
Well, could have been 10 days later, Bastille Day.
James Fantessen.
So Fantessen holds serve to move to within 5-2.
LeConte leads by 5 games to 2.
And now LeConte,
and by 1 set to love,
will attempt to serve out the set and take a 2 sets to love lead over Tobias Fantessen. And we go back now to center court. Pat Cash against Todd Woodbridge, and again Dan Maskell and Mark Cox of the BBC.
What a lovely rally.
Well, into the open court, the volley was a little bit short. The angle was found by Cash, but look how well he played that delicate little drop volley. Perhaps that's a shot he might have used more throughout this match.
all.
And very firm, solid volleying there.
Game over. Played.
Cash leads 5 games to 2, third set, and by 2 sets to love.
And as we watch Pat Cash rolling to what appears to be a potential straight set victory over Todd Woodbridge, it's hard to say whether we're seeing enough of what Cash has brought into the tournament to know how well he's going to play Arthur, but the difference has been his ability to hit winners and the number of unforced errors by Woodbridge.
I would agree with that. Of course, as I said earlier, the first round for everyone is a very nervous time, but clearly Cash is, in those 2 last categories, is the superior player, 24-13 for winners, and unforced error is probably more fatal for Woodbridge.
62% on the first serve and only 1 double fault for Cash. That would be a good omen, too.
Yes, Cash's first serve percentage should be a little higher because he's not a big server, so he has to depend a bit more on getting his first serve in. That wouldn't do too well against somebody like even O'Connor's, who returns serve very well.
Now let's go back to the BBC announcers at center court, Dan Maskell and Mark Cox.
It's now Pat Cash who's earned himself the right to serve for the match, and he himself played almost an impeccable game. 5-2.
Oh.
15 love.
Well, he was trying to hit that ball with so much top spin off a lowish ball. Completely mistimed it, of course. Well, we've seen some very fine wrong footing volleys from both players. That lovely example of it there behind the service from Cash. And really quite the most perfect serve volley tactic to give 3 match points to Pat Cash. Well served.
Game to the match.
So Pat Cash, with a straight set victory over his countryman Todd Woodbridge, moves forward in the draw and prepares now to meet the winner of the match between Javier Frana of Argentina and Bill Scanlon of Big D, Dallas, Texas. And standing by now with Pat Cash is Arthur Ashe.
Pat, how does it feel being defending champion, walking on to center court? Very green and slow court you commented on to defend your title.
Well, I didn't really see any different. You know, I'm not looking... I like going into the tournament thinking, well, I'm defending champion here, I have to do, you know, try and defend it. I'm just going in there trying my best and, you know, trying to win some matches and just seeing how it goes. So that's the way I play every tournament. Just try my best and, you know, give it a shot.
But your preparation is not any different this year because you're defending champion than before?
Not really. I think any bonus was that I knew when I was going to play a year in advance. You know, first match is always defending champion playing at first match at 2 o'clock. But, you know, it's no real difference. You know, everything went well last year, and I don't think I was hitting the ball all that well for the first week, and played great in the second week. And, you know, I think there's room to improve on today, even though I played very well. And, you know, hopefully I can start improving all the time.
You lost to Mats Wilander in the finals of the Australian Open, and Mats now has 2 legs in the Grand Slam. What do you think his chances are of winning the Grand Slam?
I don't really know, to be honest. I haven't really thought about it that much.
How difficult do you think it is to win?
Well, I don't think... I thought it was almost impossible to do it. But since the Australian Open's been changed to hard court, I now think it is possible, because now there's 2 tournaments on hard court, one on the clay and one on the grass. Obviously, you know, this is the one Mats has got to try and get, because he hasn't done well here before, but he has won 2 Australian Opens on the grass, so, you know, he can do it. But, you know, that's his problem. I'm not too worried about that.
Why do you think only Don Budge and Rod Laver actually accomplished this feat? Among the men, that is.
Why? Well, I don't know, to be honest. I think the competition, you know, the men's tennis is, I mean, I can't really comment then, but, you know, I'm commenting now, is that, you know, that there's so many players winning tournaments these days, and you know, so many, you know, possible upsets, that, you know, it's very hard to, I think, for anybody to kind of go all the way through there. I suppose it's always been like that in the men's, and I suppose that's why it's so tough. I think a lot of the women get a lot of easy draws and basically playing the same sort of people every tournament towards the quarterfinals and semi-finals and finals. In the men, there's always somebody different coming up.
Who do you think is going to win the fight between Tyson and Spinks? In which round?
I got no idea. I mean, when is it?
June 27th.
June 27th. Don't ask me. You know, I'm too bothered about this Wimbledon.
Thanks anyway.
I hope I'll watch it though.
We're going to return now to the first meeting ever between Henri Leconte, 7th-seeded player, and Tobias Svantesson of Sweden. On court 2, Leconte, of course, has won the first 2 sets, 6-4 and 6-2, and leads 4-1 in the third as he serves.
15 love.
Now that really makes you feel good. Nothing like serving an ace on grass. Just ask Boris Becker. The only thing better is serving 2 of them.
And the last 2 points have been ample demonstration of the remarkable physical talent and creativity of Henri Leconte, often called the most creative player in tennis.
40 love.
Now just steamrolling Svantesson after a first set which was much closer in appearance than this.
It certainly was. Svantesson was right in there with him, matching him service game for service game until 4-all. Well, creativity didn't help him there, but
40-15.
he still has matters well in hand.
40-15. Arthur, when you think of the rocket first serves of such as Boris Becker and John McEnroe, where does Leconte rank?
Well, he said with that quick flick of the wrist there,
Game Leconte.
I would say in the second tier of the great servers. Not up there with McEnroe serving well, or Boris Becker. I'll put him in the second tier. Scale of 1 to 10, an 8.
Tobias Svantesson now will try to remain in the match with Henri Leconte. Well, LeConte leads 5-1 in the third set. Won the first two sets 6-4, 6-2, and perhaps sensing that he's headed for an easy kill here, he puts on a little extra show for the crowd.
Yes. Once in my life did I see someone try that and trip over the net. But it was not on grass, it was on cement.
Should we embarrass that person by naming him?
No, we won't. Ooh, that was on the line.
Certainly Henri thought so.
Yes, the only reason we say that is because we're standing right above court 2. In fact, right above that line.
Should we offer voluntary line call service?
We could.
We won't.
Svantesson didn't move through that ball. The typical reply to someone rushing the net is the underspin shot, especially off the backhand side, and the tendency is for the ball to go straight down when you hit it, and that's exactly what happened, unless you move through it, which he didn't.
Well, there was a time when we were tempted to think of all Swedish players as baseline technicians, but as Svantesson and several of the others now demonstrate, that is certainly no longer the case.
No, Edberg broke the mold, first one coming along, who was not a Bjorn Borg clone. And now there are as many different varieties of Swedish players as any other country.
James Svantesson.
Tobias Svantesson stays alive and moves himself up to 2-5 in the third.
LeConte leads by 5 games to 2.
And now Henri LeConte will serve for the match. And a chance to move on into round 2. You're watching first day action at the 102nd Lawn Tennis Championships, the All England Tennis Club in Wimbledon, England. Slightly overcast day, but apparently no imminent rain for this afternoon.
No, don't think so.
Hey, look at the strengths and weaknesses that you have enumerated for us on Tobias Svantesson, Arthur.
Yes, of course, being a very young player coming onto the tour, they all come on very fit. As we have seen today, he's got a good topspin forehand, which comes from his clay court grounding, but very little grass court experience.
And here the same for Henri LeConte, and we begin with the comment that you've made to me, can hit winners from anywhere.
No question about that. It's one of the true premier shot makers in the game. Left-handed, we can't discount the fact that he's left-handed on grass, which is a tremendous advantage, especially as we'll see as the tournament goes on court number 1.
And you think immediately of Rod Laver and John McEnroe. Henri LeConte now prepares to try to serve out the match against Tobias Svantesson, leading 5-2 in the third on court 2.
Well, Svantesson is going to make him work for this game.
Love 15.
Love 15. Of course, today the British are hanging their hopes on Nick Faldo back in the U.S. Open. That's what they're really more interested in today. The playoff with Curtis Strange.
And all the big golf fans, such as Mats Wilander and Ivan Lendl, will be interested.
15 all.
I stayed up to watch till about 12:30 last night.
Here you stay up for anything if it's going on in the USA.
5 hours earlier on the East Coast.
$30-15.
2 points from victory now. Svantesson wondering why didn't that ball come through, but I think with a bit more experience he'll realize that that's just the way the ball bounces on grass sometimes.
At this stage, Arthur, would a LeConte begin to be wondering in his mind, well, how did Cash do over on center court?
No, not at all.
Way too early.
No, way too early. But then again, you can hear the applause from court 1 and court 2, or from court 1 and center court, from this court.
Great passing shot by Svantesson.
30 all.
And it's 30 all.
The other clue when you're playing on court 2 is you can see the stands, the walkways for the spectators for center court and court 1. If you see people coming out in hordes, you know that their favorite is probably won quickly.
Match point.
40-30.
Svantesson brought a new haircut to Wimbledon, and after this point, he may hope that it will grow soon.
Good serve.
And goodbye.
Game, set, match, the point.
So Henri Leconte moves forward into the second round, takes with him the hope of France, just as he did into the final of the French Open, where he fell to Mats Wilander. And as we look at the draw, you see that Leconte will now wait to play the winner of the match between Leyendecker and Chang. Chang, the teenage sensation from the United States. Maybe the most enigmatic of all of the players who can be considered legitimate threats to win the men's singles competition here is the world's #3 ranked player, Stefan Edberg of Sweden. Tremendous talent, who has twice won the Australian Open on grass, and yet is regarded by some as perhaps a career semifinalist in big competitions like this. Right now, Edberg is on center court against another Frenchman, Guy Forget, who himself defeated Jimmy Connors on grass at Queen's Club within the past 2 weeks. Forget lost the first set 4-6, won the second set 6-3, and is now serving, trailing at 2-5 against Edberg in the third. We pick up that match with BBC commentators Barry Davies and Bill Threlfall.
So serving to stay in the third set, Guy Forget at 2-5.
15 love.
Number 10 in the ace department.
Love. $30-15.
Fortunate for the Swede, but I think the first time I can remember Edberg pulling back a little bit on the service.
$40-15. Game Forget. Edberg leads by 5-3, third set.
Well, there have only been 3 break points on Edberg's service in the match to date. And that was when he lost in the 8th game of the second set, which proved crucial. Forget in need of a repeat.
Love 15.
Wasn't happy there with the first volley.
Well, a point dictated by Forget after that rather weak service return, but it wasn't all that easy a volley for Edberg, who's now on the defensive, and it's a fairly easy pass for Forget. So, Edberg in trouble here, love 30.
He didn't know too much about that. And was quick to acknowledge it.
15-30.
His shot belonged simply with his insurance policy.
I was thinking, Barry, it was absolutely self-preservation, I think, that shot. It was the hardest forehand that we've seen of many very hard forehands from Forget.
So the forehand power from the baseline by Forget brings him 2 break points.
(30-40).
I think he may well have got across.
Deuce.
Fine service.
Advantage, Edberg.
Just a quick look from Forget, but no request about Edberg's service. So set point to Stefan Edberg.
First service.
It's a lovely return. (5-3) deuce.
Advantage Edberg. Game, third set, Edberg. Third set by 6 games to 3. Edberg leads by 2 sets to 1.
And that set lasting for 36 minutes. And I just wonder whether that moment of self-preservation will prove to have been the crucial moment of the entire contest.
Well, it certainly was a difficult game for Edberg, wasn't it? And here he is at love 30, looking as though he might well be broken back. And then there's a crunching forehand, although it doesn't look fast on the slow motion. That was a really crunching return of serve from Guy Forget, straight at Edberg, who held his racket out more in self-preservation than hope, I think. And somehow he killed the ball stone dead with a stop volley. Great merriment by both players. They both knew it was a total fluke. They both enjoyed the moment. But as you said, Barry, I think that if Edberg hadn't dug that ball over and got love 40 and then broken back, anything could have happened. But he got it back. He survived. He survived 2 great points in that game. He had 2 set points and took the set. So an engrossing match, which has only just turned in Edberg's favor in the third set.
You take your seats, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
And it's now up to the resolve of both players to see what happens.
Forget to serve, 4th set.
But it's been very close so far. Just 4 minutes under 2 hours the match has been on court. Forget, 4th set.
Love 15.
Foot fault called against Forget for the first time. And unluckily for him, it came on the second service. Forget wanted to know which foot.
Right, please. All. $15.30. $15.40.
Well, we just didn't see an incredibly good half-volley lob by Stefan Edberg there. The crunching smash finishes the point. But it was the shot before that Edberg played from the baseline that was really exceptional.
2 break points.
First game, fourth set. Edberg leads by 2 sets to 1.
I think, Bill, that Boris Becker made an interesting point about Stefan Edberg. He said that if he didn't win, it wouldn't be because he wasn't good enough, but because he himself, Edberg, wondered whether he was good enough.
Oh, I hadn't heard that one, but I think I'm not suggesting for a moment, Barry, that he didn't say it, but I think it's an interesting observation that he said that, because that more or less confirms what I think I was saying earlier, really, that I personally feel he's got all the equipment to win major titles. Well, he's proved it by winning the Australian, and all the great players in the world were out there when he won it in '85 and '87. And he's been close in the Wimbledon semi-finals and the US Open semi-finals. But he's a player who plays marvelous shots. And in that last game, we saw him play an exceptionally fine shot. In this position, there it is. It's a half volley, hit hard at him, and it's a half volley backhand lob, played to perfection.
Edberg to serve.
This shot here is food and drink for him. It's just an easy smash off the bounce. It's the sort of shot he gobbles up. But that half volley lob was really out of this world. With a break, 1 love.
Love.
Lovely return. Again, dipped right at the feet of Edberg. Really has hit some fine returns at the feet of the incoming serve volleyer. Well, if it proves in the end that he goes out in the first round, he may well feel that nobody who progresses further will hit the ball harder.
All.
Forger's miss-hit, very different and not as effective as the earlier one by Edberg.
Game Edberg. Edberg leads by 2 games to love. 4th set.
And I just have the feeling that if Edberg could run away from here after such an opening contest, it might do an enormous amount of good for his confidence. Championship overall. Leads 2-love in the 4th set and by 2 sets to 1. Just too long.
15 love. 15 all.
Well, a broad smile from Edberg. Nice to see that. He has a lot of running to do here, but he gets to it. It's off the top of the net, but he fully deserves the point. Wonderful cross-court shot.
30-15. First service. All.
As you can judge from Edberg's hair, the wind getting up a little bit. That's before he started jumping up and down. And the spots of rain a little bit heavier than previously.
First service.
Aces 11 and 12 in this game.
Game Forger. Edberg leads by 2 games to 1 in the 4th set and by 2 sets to 1. Could spectators please not use flash while play is in progress? It does put the players off. Thank you very much.
Well, I think the rain is holding off. There certainly are spots of rain, but if it does rain a bit, I must say that both these players will have had plenty of practice on playing on slightly wet grass courts, because they both played in the Stella Artois Championships 2 weeks before Wimbledon. And because of all the rain there, the court was really in a terribly slippery condition. That's not to say the court wasn't in absolutely beautiful condition there, but it had so much rain that the players were risking serious injury by sliding all over the place. And so it looks as though they're in bright sunshine, doesn't it? But they're not. And 1 or 2 raincoats going on, but it's, at the moment, I wouldn't have thought quite enough to stop, but perhaps so. There's the referee who's come out, Alan Mills, and I think he might well be down at the far end on the right is the Alan Mills.
What a difficult decision for Alan Mills.
Well, it is, because I think he's stopping it. Yes, bring it across. And so on the first day of Wimbledon, we see this
Play will
operation.
be temporarily suspended, I hope, ladies and gentlemen. Please be patient. We must keep the court dry. Thanks very much.
Before play here was delayed briefly because of rain, American Zina Garrison was able to complete her match against another American, Wendy White, on court 2. And we'll take a look back now at exactly what happened there. We pick up now a match on court 2 between 2 Americans, Wendy White serving to Zina Garrison in the far court. We're in the 2nd set, Garrison leading. After having won the first set 6-3, she is up 4-1 here.
And she's being about as aggressive as she can get away with right now. Zina, of course, is one of the fastest women on the tour from Houston, Texas.
First service.
Grew up under the tutelage of John Wilkerson at the McGregor Park tennis courts.
First serve.
Just wide.
Wendy White, originally from Atlanta, Georgia, now playing out of Fort Worth, Texas.
Love 30.
That was a bit of a dodgy bounce. It didn't come up very much. Love 30.
What of Zina Garrison at this point in her career, Arthur?
I was about to attempt to try to make a comment or two about that. She really hasn't reached her potential, or so what people thought she could do a few years ago, but she's still got some room. She's still very eager to play. She's going through a coaching change right now, which is rather unsettling.
15-30.
Her coach now is Willis Thomas, who actually used to be my old doubles partner when I was about 12 years old. She started off, as I mentioned, with John Wilkerson, but John was coaching Laurie McNeil, and that, too, that relationship, Laurie McNeil and John Wilkerson, has stopped. So I think when she settles down with a new coach for a while, she'll get better. As you can see there, she depends quite a bit on her foot speed. She covers the court extremely well, and that's intimidating.
Are her strokes solid?
Very good off the ground. Good forehand, good backhand. Not a natural touch volleyer. More mechanically approached, but very sound.
White serving at 30-40. And trailing 4-1 in the second set. What for the moment appears to be an easy victory shaping up for Zina Garrison. Nicely played by White to reach deuce.
Of course, the other White here a few years ago, Robin White, was the one who wore the white bodysuit.
And White.
And White. And White. Right. Three Whites. Ann, Robin, and Wendy. Who has just retired and is going to acting school right now. Oh, you just don't miss those, especially when you're serving.
So it's break point. Wendy White, who reached the third round of this tournament, 79, 81, 83, 85. Last year lost in the second round. Garrison breaks Wendy White to go up 5-1 in the second set, and now she'll serve for the match. Zina Garrison, 24 years old, who will represent the United States in the Olympic tennis competition at Seoul later this summer.
That's correct. And I'm sure that'll be a thrill for all of them, even the likes of, say, John McEnroe. Of course, because there at the '84 Olympics in L.A., it's quite a spectacle. I don't care who you are, you're going to be moved by it.
Think there's an increasing tendency among tennis players to take the Olympic tennis competition seriously?
I think so, especially when you have players like Becker saying he can hardly wait to play. Steffi Graf saying she is very anxious to play, wants to represent their country. And that's the new wave. They're going to be around for a while, at least another 10 years. Ooh, that drew some chalk, but called a fault. mechanical eye. Incidentally, they're working on that now, trying to mechanize it completely. To be able to call all the lines electronically, to get rid of the linespersons. Well played. She stopped just behind the service line, saw that the ball was going to possibly skid off the grass, and tried an underspin cross-court backhand for a winner.
This is triple match point for Zina Garrison.
40-15.
She double faults. Still has 2 more match points.
Good serve.
Game, set, a match, Miss Garrison.
So Zina Garrison, Wimbledon junior champion in 1981, moves forward in the draw, where she will play the winner of the match between Bonsignori and Balestra.
Wins 2 sets to love, 6-3.
And you can see that. Garrison moving on to the second round, face the winner of Bonsignori versus Balestra. And Arthur, you mentioned Robin White. She's in action right now on court 14 against Claire Wood. And White right now serving in the last game, and we'll pick it up at this moment. This is court 14. Robin White against Claire Wood. Wood won the first set 6-3, and then White countered at 6-3. It's now 5-3. Robin White serving for the match. Robin White of the United States, and Claire Wood is from Great Britain.
Well, she tried a Gabriella Sabatini. Didn't work, so Robin White has the ad. Couldn't believe it tried the drop shot, although it was a pretty good shot at first. On grass, unless you hit a winner from it outright, you're going to be in trouble, usually.
There was a time when we greeted that between-the-legs shot with outright disbelief, but it's been done by a number of players now.
Almost common.
Game, set, and match, Miss White.
Game, set, and match to Robin White of the United States. So White at 3-6, 6-3, and 6-3 eliminates Claire Wood of Great Britain, and now Robin White moves on in the draw and will play the winner of the match between Wiesner and Galarska in the second round. We're going to go back now to center court and set 4 between Stefan Edberg and Guy Forget. Edberg up 2-1 and 2-1 in the fourth set as he serves.
Love.
Before the break, they've been on court for 2 hours and 8 minutes, of which 12 minutes have been spent on this fourth set.
First service.
Good.
15 all. 30-15.
Out.
40-15. Game Edberg. Edberg leads by 3-1, fourth set.
Down by 2-1 and 1-3, Guy Forget.
Love.
Served 2 aces in his previous service game for the Reigns game. Superb.
This was a blistering return of serve on the backhand. One of the best shots of the match.
$30-15. All. $40-30. Game Porsche. Edberg leads by 3-2 in the fourth set by 2-1.
Well, that's what you call picking up where you left off. Two aces in the previous game, and he comes back and serves 2 more.
Yes, both players have started good and hot, haven't they? Of course, that's always the problem. They've had 45 minutes approximately in the dressing room because of the rain. And the real difficulty for a player is to come out warm. Now, they have various ways of doing it. Some of them have a hot shower. By the look of Edberg's head when he came out, I think that's what he elected to do. Other players allow the masseur to keep the muscles loose and warm. But one way and another, they've got to guard very much against coming out in any way stiff, either in the mind or in the body.
Time.
I think both these players must have done something very sensible in the dressing room to ensure that they came out in the sort of form they were in before they had to break the rain. Tony Pickard, of course, Edberg's coach, there is in white. He will have certainly been in the dressing room having words of advice to give to Edberg, who now serves 3-2 up.
15 love. All. Mm. 30-15. $40-15.
So Edberg with a point for 4-2.
Game Edberg. New balls, please. Edberg leads by 4-2, fourth set.
And it's greatly to the credit of both players, the way they've continued where they left off before the rains came down. But Forget, obviously, with the problems, as he's down by 2-1, and now here to serve at 2-4 in the fourth set.
Love. All.
It's Forget's 7th double fault. Three of them coming when he lost his service in the third game of the opening set. Oh, what a return.
$15-30.
Not a bad serve by Guy Forget there, but a blistering return cross-court on the forehand. Most of his good service returns have been backhands.
First service.
That's a fine service. Right in the corner. Certainly needed it, and he needs more. 2-4, 30 all.
$30-40.
what will be the price of that. It's the way to recover.
Advantage, Forget. Game, Forget. Edberg leads by 4 games to 3. Fourth set by 2 sets to 1.
And to some extent, once again, Bill, Forget beating himself while he's beating his opponent in that game.
Yes, and all credit to him for that magnificent ace when he had break point against him at 30-40, because that, without a doubt, was the biggest point in the match. Had he lost that point and lost that game, Edberg was serving at 5-3 for the match. I think there would have been little doubt that Forget would have gone. But he's still in there with a chance, although he's a breakdown. He's played more or less the same throughout the match. He's played absolutely brilliantly at times. A little wayward sometimes in his return of serve. And I really think the difference between the two players has been in the return of serve, that almost invariably Edberg has made the opponent play the return.
Time.
Forget has had a lot of difficult volleys to play. He's played them very well, but Edberg has been very good in all departments, particularly on the backhand. And that is one of the most beautiful shots you will see at Wimbledon, I think.
Right, please.
So this magnificent serve, usually followed by a crisp and efficient volley. Let's see now if it takes Edberg to 5-3.
15 love.
Out.
30 love. Love.
Barry, I think everybody thought that was a net. I felt I heard it here. But there is, of course, a lady with a finger on the net.
Game, Edberg. Edberg leads by 5 games to 3. Fourth set.
Very comfortable service game that keeps the pressure on the Frenchman. Serving at 3-5. It was a beautiful volley by Forget. Great power again in the return of service. And the volley was just short of the baseline.
30 love. Love. Game 40. Edberg leads by 5 games to 4, the fourth set by 2 sets to 1.
Well, a very good service game indeed by Guy Forget, underlining the fact that he's not out of the match yet. But of course now is the real moment of truth for him. He's got to break back or he's gone. And the man he's playing, Stefan Edberg, has been serving so well and volleying well behind the serve that it's going to be a major task. It's all in the mind now, of course. Edberg, who has got to believe that he's going to go out in this next game and win this match by 2 sets to 1. By 3 sets to 1, rather. And up in the stands, of course, Tony Pickard, who will have been instilling that very message into him over the years. I don't think Pickard is going to have very many qualms about the Edberg performance in this match, and it will, of course, have done Edberg a power of good to have a good, tight match at the beginning of Wimbledon this year. Because all he's ever lacked has been real belief in himself. I'm sure now he's going to go for good first serves and safe volleys. Edberg 5-4, serving for the match.
Love.
It was a very low ball, which in his attempted class. 30 love.
Love.
Very comfortable smash. Takes the Swede, the number 3 seed, to 3 match points.
Just 20 minutes play after the resumption, and the match ending with 3 love service games.
So not without at least a modicum of difficulty, the multi-talented Edberg moves on, and now as you look at the draw which faces him, he will face the winner of the match between Christian Sasianu of West Germany and Richie Renneberg of the United States, and be heavily favored there to move on into the 3rd round. Looming at the top is the still relatively obscure Peter Doohan of Australia, who upset Boris Becker a year ago. But regardless of that, Edberg heavily favored to beat everyone here and move on in the singles competition. Meanwhile, over on court 13, there is a potential upset brewing, a red-hot young Frenchwoman named Pascal Paradis against the 7th-seeded woman player Manuela Maleva of Bulgaria, and standing by there, Barry McKay and Billie Jean King.
Indeed, an upset is brewing, Jim, as this young lady, Maleva, has lost the first set out here on 13, 6-4. She is down 5-3 in the second set, and Billie, she is in big trouble right now.
That's right. It's 15-all in this game, 3-5.
Manuela Maleva, the number 7 seed from Sofia, Bulgaria.
What Paradis has done very well throughout the match is slice off that backhand like you've seen. Now watch, she'll top on this forehand. She's broken up the rhythm the whole time. In fact, she's even tried some drop shots and then rushed the net behind them.
Paradis has played very well, a fine athlete from Paris, France, 5 feet 9 inches tall, in great shape and moving extremely well. First serve is a fault.
They've only played twice before, and Paradis had only won a total of 4 games.
Again, Paradis taking the net. Billie, she has done that throughout the match, and I think it's a great play because Maleva rarely comes in behind her serve.
She doesn't come in, and also changing the pace and forcing the issue early has really thrown Maleva's timing off.
Just wide. And Maleva overhitting the two-hander. And we have arrived at match point. 30-40 is Manuela Maleva, the number 7 seed.
That belongs to the next court.
1 point away from exiting the 1988 Wimbledon in round number 1. And there it is. Maleva nets the two-hander, and so Pascal Paradis on court number 13 has pulled off the first big upset here on day number 1 with a straight set victory over Manuela Maleva, 6-4 and 6-3. That's the word from court 13, Jim. Back up to you.
And that opens up an unusual situation now in this part of the draw where Paradis moves up, and she'll face Harriman next. And there is no particular favorite there, although, of course, with Paradis making such enormous improvement so rapidly, you have to consider her a threat to move forward. Certainly, given the way she played against Maleva, you have to consider Paradis a pretty good bet to make it farther along in the draw. If you're going to place such a bet there in the USA, you'd probably do so informally with a friend or a neighbor. But here in London, with legal bookmaking operations in virtually every block, you can do so in quite an organized way, as Larry Merchant reports.
The real seedings at Wimbledon are made by Great Britain's legal bookmakers. And this year they're looking ahead to 1985 and 1986. Those are the years that Boris Becker won, and he's the favorite.
Becker, now 20, is 2-1 to win it again. Defending champion Pat Cash is positioned right behind him at 3-1. Top-ranked Yvonne Lendl, a finalist the last 2 years, is just 9-2. John McEnroe, despite his recent failures, also is 9-2. Mats Wilander, the best player on the tour this season, but never even a semifinalist here, is 14-1. The brilliant but erratic Andre Leconte, who plays well at Wimbledon, is 16-1.
On the ladies' side, the odds makers agree with the seedings. Martina Navratilova isn't favored to win her 9th championship.
Number 1 ranked and top seed Steffi Graf is favored in the odds at 4-5, meaning you'd have to bet $5 to win 4. Navratilova, who beat her in the final last year, is 6-4 or 3-2 on the American scale. Gabriela Sabatini is given an outside shot at 10-1, and Chris Evert, still a factor, if not a winner, is 20-1.
The best odds on the board are Wilander at an amazing 14-1. In some establishments, you can get 33 to 1 on his completing the Grand Slam by winning Wimbledon and then the U.S. Open. But all the odds in the world don't help you if you don't have the winner. I'm going to make a modest wager on Wilander and back it up with a more substantial one on the boy king, Boris Becker. Jim?
Larry, I'm keeping my money in my pocket, but as he points out, the odds have been dropping on the man who's now favored to win the tournament, the 20-year-old West German wunderkind Boris Becker. We're going to take our first look at Becker in first-round action now against Australian John Frawley. They're on center court, where Becker has won the first two sets 6-3 and 6-1, and is now serving, leading 3-love in the third set. And the BBC commentators are Dan Maskell and Mark Cox.
So the score 3-love.
Love 15.
Well reached, well reached. Well, he gets off very well here for this one. He has to thrust off very strongly, but holds his feet and gets it away really very well. Good anticipation too, of course.
30-15.
Ken Farrar, the supervisor there, a vigilant eye on the light and the conditions. Becker does so well, really, to get hold of this ball at all, let alone play a shot. But Frawley, fortunately, reads it well, manages to make the winner.
40-30. Game Becker. Becker leads 4 games to love.
Well, I'm sure Becker loves to play on the grass simply because he can throw himself around as he does in that last game. This is the point where he launched himself into this attempt at a drop volley. Look at that, terrific, isn't it? Loveful.
First service.
Well, if Becker had brought that drive volley, that top drive volley from about less than knee height, that would have been a remarkable shot.
A splendid anticipation here by Becker, seeing that his return is effective, closes the angle, takes the ball on the volley, completely wrong foots his opponent. Quick thinking and good judgment.
30-15. All.
His fourth double fault. Oh, the chance.
30-40.
Oh, it was a right shot, that little push, but didn't get the elevation right. So break point for Becker for a 5-love lead in his third set.
Second service.
I thought I heard somebody call fault, but...
Game Becker.
Jerry Armstrong calls game to Becker, but...
Becker leads 5 games to none.
Becker is not happy to accept it.
First service.
Nice, generous stretcher by Becker, and also, if I may say so, rather good umpiring that. Quite ready to accept that situation, Jerry Armstrong.
Oh.
He goes in well in to take the second ball. He's out.
Game Becker. Becker leads 5 games to love. Third set by 2 sets to none.
Well, one has to be sympathetic, I think, towards John Frawley. I mean, he really has been subjected to almost human torture out there from Becker, and full marks for him to be able to take it in the true Australian way, sort of totally impervious to this. You wouldn't think that he was 2 sets to love and 5-love down. Looking at him, he's managing to keep his composure, and he's battling on to the best of his ability, being subjected to this terrific treatment. But Becker having a running dialogue there with the umpire, Jerry Armstrong. Jerry Armstrong is one of the professional umpires who does this job 12 months of the year, and as Dan Maskell quite rightly said, I think he diffused that situation well.
Quiet, please.
So,
thank you.
Amidst all the hue and cry, it's Becker serving for the match.
Love 15. Third service.
Oh, unlucky. Very unlucky, yeah. But this is really, again, wonderful agility and wonderful anticipation. Look at that. He gets it back. He's up, getting ready for a possible return, which just clipped the top of the net. The score is 15 all. I don't think there was any question. No question of a bad bounce. He completely misjudged the half volley. Perhaps excusable, I think, in this light. 15:30. That's a really fierce backhand from the Australian. Just watch this backhand now as he plays this. He really belts that one. And even Becker was too late on the ball there. So 15:40, 2 break points.
First service.
Really takes sort of animal play.